Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome and greetings to each and all. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English. I'm your host, Mark Anderson. I'll be joined by Alex Skoric in about 45 minutes or so for another beautiful presentation and hopefully touching on things we all understand or understand more of. We're all sharing knowledge in different ways and in different strengths. And Mr. Kesh has asked us to enlighten the souls in Vienna. So this is another test, and none of us will fail this test, he said. So you can add certain strengths and I can add certain strengths, and collectively we will cover all of them. And he's been repeating this pretty regularly and again over the last several months that we have the ability to do this. He is going to handle the physicality side, and this is a test for us and some practice for us in a way to exercise working on the soul level. He could handle these negotiations single-handedly, he said, but he wants us to practice and exercise using our soul to enlighten the others. The date is, I forgot to announce that, but it is November 28th, 2021, for anyone who's wondering. And I sort of tried that actually last night in a way. I went for a haircut, and my other barber had fallen down. He was a little older and he broke his hip, so he lost the ability to cut hair and stand at least for months. I don't know if he will come back. He hasn't come back in over a year. But I went to a new place. It wasn't totally new. I know the barber, and I started to open up the subject of the plasma technology the last time I was there. And to his partner as well, which his partner seemed to be more attentive than he was. But anyway, when I went back this time, last night, we were again talking about it. And at one part I said, let's play this Tomorrow's Future, or the Future of Tomorrow, the beautiful video Lisa made from Australia. So we watched that together, and as soon as we're halfway through it, he said, I understand it. And I said, no, you don't understand it. Maybe I shouldn't have said that at all, because maybe he understands more of it than I do. Anyway, I said, you know what I'm going to do? I said, you need to watch this many times, because there's many different aspects and understandings just in this little 6 minutes. So I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer my knowledge to you while you finish cutting my hair. And I did that. I felt I was doing that. And that was my desire, to transfer knowledge to another person. And you know, in the 408, we saw Mr. Kesh with the orange and the cup. And now we can all be these cups. You can be the cup, the actual cup that puts things into the other cups through the fields. As Mr. Kesh says, I don't use telegrams and emails. I transfer knowledge through the fields or through his soul. So I practiced that yesterday, even though I've sort of practiced it already with these negotiators in Vienna, but I just had a stronger sense about it that I actually did something. So this is a way that knowledge and enlightenment can be transferred to the negotiators, plus the thousands of people that accompany each team. So there's many there. You all have a different strength and field in a way. We're all the same, but yet we carry different strengths. And he showed how you may have the key that one of these negotiators or backup personnel may need to take. So this is a test for all of us. This is what this show is about today, enlightening the others. And I'll play a little part from the Universal Council meeting where he did say we sort of missed it again. But anyway, it's a learning process, and we're all learning more and more how to enlighten others with just the fields from your soul and transferring that knowledge. And I think this is what Mr. Kesh does as well. I'm just going to admit a couple people here. Now, we know it's the Christmas season, and Krasimir has put together about 9 beautiful packages for us to take a look at for Christmas. And there's wellness packages, there's driving packages, there's travel packages, and so on. The factories are going up. The factories need to be supported. And if they don't have the orders, they won't be making as many things as they could be if we all order. And again, just to remind everybody, the least expensive product in the store is the most, well, he didn't say it was the most priceless, but he said these butterflies are priceless. So if you want to give a little gift to someone, I think if you can afford the, I don't know what it is, 20 euro maybe. I know the medium are 26 euro, but if you can find a way to place a small order and give that away, as he said, when you made your first reactor, you're to give it away. So we can enlighten people with these products. We can elevate them as well. And then they may pass it on. The one question I had, I was wondering about multi-use. And maybe if Mr. Kesh comes in today, we'll find out a little bit more. If I got the pain, let's say for the neck and the shoulders, the gel pad, I would imagine it is. And then if I was finished with it, could I then pass it on to someone else? I'm pretty sure you can with most of these products. Maybe not the test things like the goggles and so on. They're for single use. And I think the pain pen now is a multiple use pain pen. Has anyone have a confirmation of that? It's not just for one person, it's for anyone who'd like to use it. But we'll get a little bit more of a clarification on that. But I would think they were all multi-use, because when you have gotten rid of your migraines, maybe you can pass that on to someone else. But we do need a clarification, and they're great products to have. I know earlier today we talked about truckers and trucking and some of the fatigue and the irritations that they go through driving these big rigs around and through narrow passages and having to manipulate so many things, getting pulled over for inspections and so on, having to unload and load trucks. So we were thinking of making a video of the driving package, or the long-term driving package in a way, and bringing this into the world of trucking. So that's one of the things we're going to work on here. I actually have a large truck stop near me, which I may approach the store there once I get the product and see if we can maybe sell one or two and get this moved into the trucking, because we all depend on truckers. Even though they kind of scare you when you drive next to them, they're so big and weigh so much. But the personnel operating them, we want to enlighten them as well. So I think we're going to have, and this is my wish, that we'll start spreading this through the trucking community, because every nation depends on their truckers, as we're seeing now with the ports being jammed up and so on and so forth. So let's spend a few minutes in the cache store. Does anyone need anything, or would they like to add anything at this point? Again, this is a roundtable discussion. All the souls are equal here. So if you'd like to say anything that's come up this week or something you'd like to have entertained, please feel free. Very well. Let's see if we can go and spend some time. And I think there's 9 different bundles that we have here. I don't know if I have my particular notes on this one. Yeah, I don't see it right here. But anyway, it may not be in these particular notes. Oh, here it is on the back page. Okay, we have the home bundle, we have the sleep bundle, 3 is the educational bundle, 4 is the desk work if someone's working a lot at the desk. If you know any athletes you'd like to introduce this plasma technology to, there's an athletic package. There's also a traveling package, a wellness package, a driving for long-term or long-time package, and then there's number 9, a protection package. Some of them are more and some of them are less, but if you have the ability and you'd like to gift a package, let's just see what Krasimir has in mind. And again, one of the reasons I'm playing this here, it is in the 408th workshop, but many people listen to these recordings separately, apparently, according to Mr. Kesh. They don't always go to the knowledge seekers. So there may be thousands of people who hear these recordings that actually don't go and listen to the knowledge seekers workshop, which I find interesting and a little bit strange. But hopefully it ends up opening a door. It ends up enlightening people and elevating their souls. And that's what this is all about. And this is the way I think we're going to spread more of the knowledge. We're not going to bring 7 billion people in front of a blackboard. And of course, we know that Mitra is about to manifest in the matter state, and she will also be supporting us. And we, as Mr. Kesh said, blessed is her name, or blessed is her name. And that is the name of Mitra. So let's go into the store for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll hear some sort of directives from Mr. Kesh about the way he'd like the knowledge seekers to proceed. I know he said that he only had about 3 days left. The negotiations have been scheduled up until March 26th. And this is our best opportunity for this technology to start getting into the country and the nations. And it's also a test for us, and no one fails. Just think of that. You're not going to fail this test. You're going to enlighten the souls of the negotiators and the teams that are there, so they can see the value and the beauty of this knowledge.
That's why we've created these bundles, so that you can take advantage of the technology, you can share this unity, you can share this peace, and allow it to reach more people, and thus help with a bigger purpose. So if we can go forward one by one, we're going to see all the bundles. It's very important for you to know that all the bundles, if you can scroll down, Vic, are coming with, first of all, they are on a reduced price, which is a very good. If you scroll down a little bit, this is the first bundle. I'm sorry, stay on the first one. So we have the home space bundle. This is a bundle that unites 3 cache guns reactors that you can use, and together with the water dispenser guns reserve, usually the CO2 or the zinc oxide, so that you can basically, the idea was to use it either on the Christmas tree or just place it around the Christmas evening, the dinner that you're having, or simply play around them with the reactors, loading it with the different quantities of guns so that you can create the interaction and you can create this space plasma effect that encapsulates all the environment that you are in. These space bundles is at reduced price. If you check, if you get all the products separately, the price is going to be higher. The discounts are very generous so that everyone can enjoy the technology. And it is on a fixed 15 euro shipping. So this is another great news. Regardless of the place that you're ordering, your shipping is going to be 15 euro, and you're going to have these amazing products, hopefully by Christmas, so that you can enjoy it and give it as presents. If we continue lower, we have created the next bundle, which is the sleep bundle. That's how we call it. It consists of the memory foam contour pillow. We know that ganses can work with us during the day, also during the night, especially during the night when we need to rejuvenate, when our brains and our souls are active in a different dimension and our bodies are sleeping in the physicality. We know that it's a very beneficial time where we can um, reset or balance the fields of the body. That's why the memory foam contour pillow can help you while you're sleeping to be balancing your fields so that you can wake up in an absolutely amazing state, full of energy and very balanced and calm, so that you can be this instrument of peace around you. It's
And again, if anyone says they're suffering from insomnia, they can't sleep because they're worried about this or worried about that, perhaps you can suggest the sleep bundle to them to balance them out so they can have a full, restful night's sleep.
also combined with the plasma fields absorption butterfly, the three sets, the small, the medium, and the large, uh, which can be placed around your bed so that not only your body can receive the beneficial fields from the pillow, but also your whole sleeping environment is protected from any kind of harmful fields that might be coming around. And this is also protection not only from the fields, but also, as you know from previous knowledge seekers workshops, that the butterflies are protecting also from high energy packages that we are familiar with, and that are going to be protecting. We are going to be facing them on in space. That's why the butterflies are there to be able to protect your whole environment. And the restickable rectangular pack is basically mm, a cache guns gel pack, which is filled with guns and other material. So you can apply it on specific places on your body that you have some kind of a problem with. Let's say you have a knee pain, or you have an ankle pain, or you have a tooth is aching. During your sleep, you basically balance the fields of your body with the pillow, and the emotions with the pillow. You protect your whole environment through the absorption butterflies, and also apply very focused fields on places that you feel some kind of issues with in physicality. So this way it allows you, the sleep bundles allow you to have really deep and really rejuvenating sleep, so that once you wake up you're basically in a perfect condition. And this is very good for everyday use. It's amazing um, for a present, and we believe this is going to be a really good addition to everyone's home uh, and well-being. If we move lower to the next bundle, we see the educational bundle. As the technology is going further and further, and we see how deep we get into our understanding with the teachings of Mr. Kesh, we still wanted to have a sound foundation, because we know that a lot of knowledge is hidden in the books, and we wanted to understand and to have this sound foundation of the technology. That's why we believe it is very important for people, even though they are familiar with complex concepts from recent days and from the recent teachings. It's always good to go through the foundation, through the base. So we know that when we have a strong foundation as a strong base, we can create many things on top of it. But if we lack this strong foundation and understanding, even a small misunderstanding can bring chaos. So we wanted to allow people to have the books, which is part of this set, and also to be able directly and immediately to apply the knowledge from the books using the educational and travel kit, to be able directly and immediately to create his own first ganses, the main ganses, to be able to show it to their friends, to their family, to the people that are still wondering what is this thing, plasma, what is GANs. So while learning, you'll be able to also apply in practice and basically learn by doing. It's also the idea behind adding the field replication unit, because when you can show it, it brings amazing results when people can see that and feel the fields and the taste of the orange, of the banana, even though it's not physically present in the water. It always gives this nice surprise towards the skeptical mind. So this is in a way a tool that we can first learn, second share the technology with our loved ones and teach to the people that are interested. But also this might be a tool for towards the skeptics, for them to be able to see that and to feel by themselves that there are effects and that the technology is working.
And of course, in the Q&A of workshop number 408, Mr. Kesh went into, he said, I wasn't even going to bring up this replication unit until next year. But he said, you touched on it, you asked a question about it, so now I know the souls are mature enough to start understanding it. So if you go into the 408, you'll find a very beautiful explanation in the Q&A about the orange and the cups, and then what you can do if you understand that to take it even further. Again, ending up with you are the cup.
So this to us is very important, and there is nothing bad in people being skeptic. It's good because we know that they give us the possibility to show, to present the technology, even to think further, to be able to explain in such a way that it gives us even more understanding. So we're very happy to have this educational bundle, and everyone that is starting with the technology, everyone that's experienced already with the technology is going to benefit from this foundational bundle. The next bundle that we have created would be the Deskwork. We know that with the pandemic and with the home offices, a lot of people are working. There is less time for people to go out in nature, less time for people to exercise, and that is why we know that we need help, and this help can come from the technology, from the application of the plasma technology. That's why we've added the memory foam traditional seat cushion, because we're using our chairs more than we're using anything else basically during our day when we are in front of the computer. This is also the mask, the small width mask that helps with the fields within the brain. It also helps with the area around the eyes and the skin of the face. It's a very focused effect that it has on the body, and it also the neck and shoulder relief. It's again pack that you apply directly on the neck and the shoulder. This way, you basically get absolutely free, and you get rid of any kind of discomfort in the shoulders, any kind of discomfort in the neck area. you will allow for the fields to interact in a much more balanced way. You will become more calm and not so affected by the stress of this whole environment, and the interaction between the cushion that you are sitting on and the mask that you are wearing, and uh, the neck and shoulder will create this field of balancing the mind, balancing the physicality, balancing the emotion, so that even though you're working in this stressful for the body and for the mind environment, you won't get affected by it. And especially if you combine this desk work bundle with the sleeping bundle, you're pretty much covered for the whole day while you're working and while you're sleeping. If we move forward, mm, we also wanted to start taking the direction towards the people that are um, athletes, that are sportsmen, people that are actively um, moving their bodies. Uh, and we know that the technology is extremely effective towards um, inflammations. The technology is very effective towards fast recovery of the muscles. Uh, I think this is a field that hasn't been explored much because probably because a lot of people are interested in energy and in other application of the technology. But I believe athletes can are the people that can benefit most from the technology. That's why we have added the ankle gel pack, the wrist gel pack, the neck and elbow pack, and the medium gel pack as well, so that you can specifically target the joints of your body, and you have an additional gel pack that you can apply at a specific place. We know that with a lot of sports people, the issue is not in the muscles, but rather in the joints and in the tendons. That is why if you can create the environment that the tendons and joints can recover faster, you're basically helping the fields and the physicality also within the muscle. You can increase the muscle response with this bundle, and you can increase your overall movement and the speed that the brain is sending signals to the muscles, also balancing all of your body, all of your joints, so that you have much faster recovery and so that you can reduce inflammation. We know from the recent studies that probably one of the main reasons for longevity, for stress overall in the body is inflammation. And that is why when we reduce inflammation, we increase the longevity. And with the athletes, this is also going to help with any kind of pains that they have in the joints, in the ankle, the wrist, the neck and elbow. And they have an additional gel pack that they can apply at a specific place. The next bundle that we have uh, combined is the traveling. Some, especially now with the transportation, basically this is their work. They're not um, affected by the stress it's for staying at home in front of the computer, but they are affected by the stress at being in the car all day, or traveling with the truck all day, or just having to travel too much. That is why we believe that this technology can be helpful in these situations and well as well. Mm, that is why we've added the traveling pillow. This can help while you're driving or while you are traveling with an airplane, regardless of the purpose of the travel. This is going to help with balancing and reduce quite a lot the stress and the tension uh, in the neck and head area. Also, we have the small width mask. It's basically there to also to create interaction, to help with the balancing of the fields of the brain, to help with the eye area, and to help with the skin of the keeping the skin fresh on the face. And of course, we have the neck and elbow pack, which is going to help with any discomfort in the upper body area when you are sitting too long in the same position, or you are repeating one and the same movements. We know that the neck and elbow can get affected. This leads to irritation, and this leads to heaviness in the neck, shoulder, elbow, overall upper body, which leads to um, decreased mood, decreased productivity, headaches, and whatnot. That is why this bundle is specifically combined so that it can address issues that are related to traveling, and it can reduce a lot the stress. It can release any kind of tension that you have in your upper body, in your neck and shoulder, elbow, and head as overall. And if we're moving forward, we can see the wellness bundle. This wellness bundle is using a combination of pain enhanced pain pen. This version has no limitation to its use. We have two paint pens here because we know that if we're using two pens, I'm sorry, one from one side of the body and one from the other side of the body, we can target and we can create an interaction for a much rapid response. And it is also using those two paint pens, we can very rapidly showcase the technology. It is combined with the migraine ice cap. Uh, the ice cap, it does not only target migraine. Of course, it is designed for that. It helps with the migraine, but it helps alleviate any kind of tensions, any kind of stress or heaviness in the head area. It balances the emotions. It balances um, the interaction between your soul and your physicality, because you also have in this pack the gel slippers. So using the cap and the slippers, you create a higher and a lower. You create this gradient field interaction within which your body is encapsulated, so that all those fields traveling between the head and the toes can interact and can bring balance to your overall being. And when you target any pains that you might have using the pain pen, this is basically like a therapeutical bundle, because with the few minutes per day sessions using this whole bundle, you can basically forget about any kind of pains that you might have. You can refresh yourself. It's like a field bath. Your plasma gets refreshed totally, and you can continue with your day without any sorts of trouble and full of energy, motivated, happy, and ready to move forward. And with the same mood, I want to move forward to the next bundle, which is again driving for a long time. It is the memory foam traditional seat cushion. It's an expansion of the previous bundle. It adds on the knee and elbow pack together with the food gel pack and the multifunctional pack medium. This is mm, this is not only for traveling. This is specifically for driving when you are on duty, let's say, with the heavy trucks, when your work is related to driving in particular. This whole set is specifically designed for that task. So you basically be able to be much more effective without tiredness, without uh, such giving such a stress to your body. It basically, again, is designed to create a field interaction between the parts of your body, a field interaction also that is very focused and specific to your knees, to your elbow, to your foot, and a medium pack you can apply at any specific place that you want as well. And keeping it even more interesting, we move to the next bundle, which is the protection bundle. This is an amazing bundle that is using the latest technology. It is using the air enhancement unit. We know that air enhancement unit is increasing the negative oxygen ions in the atmosphere. It gives clarity. It protects from the high energy packs in the environment that we've been bombarded with lately. It is a combination of the air enhancement unit with one cup, one life, the combination of cup one and cup two. So you have your air and field protected. You have yourself, your body, and the fields in your body protected using the water from the cups one and two from all variations of this high energy pack that we know there are different variations of it. And we also, for an additional protection, we've added the surface cleaner. It's basically a specific combination that allows you to clean any surfaces and get rid from any harmful, dangerous viruses, bacteria that can be on that surface. It's like a much stronger disinfectant that we're using for our hands, for the surfaces that are being used for protection. So with this bundle, you are fully protected, and the space that this bundle is going to operate is going to be absolutely free from not only harmful fields, but also high energy packs that can interact with your body and bring you down basically. So with this protection bundle, you can forget being sick, or on the opposite, it can help with the balancing of the fields, and it can help with the protection from these high energy packs that we've been bombarded with lately. And I believe if we can scroll down, you can see the website of the store. The bundles are available in the store from today, and you see the shipping is 14.99 euro, which is absolutely amazing. Wherever you are in the world, you can order these amazing bundles, which have already been discounted. You can order them for 14.99, the shipping rate, which is absolutely amazing, and enjoy the technology, spread the technology, bring peace, help us bring this peace, and bring this spirit of Christmas, of unity and love with this new technology. We will be very happy to see more and more people applying the technology in their everyday lives, more and more people enjoying this technology, and more people understanding the purpose and the power of this technology. And with this, I want to thank you all and complete the presentation of the bundles. Thank
Well, thank you very much, Krasimir. I think we've all learned a little bit more about the products that are in the store. And he's given a description basically of each one. So if you do know of people who are having trouble sleeping, you may suggest this. If you happen to know what they call a weekend warrior or a weekend athlete, where the man or the person is older, but yet they still like to mix it up and maybe play football or some other things, which you can get hurt diving for a ball or twist your ankle or certain things, you can suggest this sort of athletic package. Many people are working with computers all day long. Yes, you can get it for your home, but if you're working in a company, you may suggest to your boss that let's try a couple of these and see what sort of response we get. It will increase the efficiency of the workers, and perhaps the manager or someone in charge may see that. And if they just get a couple of packages to try and they find it's very positive and so on, they may get them for everyone. And then everyone can start participating in using this technology and see how it works. And again, one person continues to share with another person. So these are the products in the store. We need to support the store. Some people aren't in that range where they can, but many people can afford a package or two packages. Or if you're going to buy gifts, why buy the same old, same old? Why don't we buy something totally unique that people have never seen or experienced? And I know on the fan, it says the fan with the little reactor on it, it says it's time to trust in what we can't see, plasma wind. And it'd be so elevating to you to have them come back and say how well it worked, or maybe it didn't work for them, or whatever the feedback was. At least you're introducing. And some people sometimes will say no, even though they got a yes, because they just don't want to admit that something other than their doctor could actually help them. And it may save quite a bit of going to the doctor as well for the same old, and prescriptions and so on. Not that I'm interfering with any doctors, but we know this technology is much more effective, efficient, and with no real deleterious side effects, let's say. It's all about elevating the physicality and elevating the soul. And since we're on that subject of raising souls, elevating souls, or enlightening souls, we can go to the, sorry, Andreas, I keep forgetting I'm talking a little too fast. But we can go to part of Mr. Keshe's teaching. There was so much in the last few days, what Mr. Keshe has delivered. I didn't know which one to actually go to for today, to continue to deliver this message about seeing how much we've understood in the last couple of years of the understanding of the soul teachings. He said, this is a test for all of us. It's a chance to exercise your soul to enlighten other souls. And again, it's not that hard and nobody fails. That means you're going to pass and you will be successful at doing it. And we all need to take it rather seriously. Again, you think it's just fields, but you are a very, very powerful reactor. That soul contains some very, very strong magnetic gravitational fields, and you're walking around with it. And it's just waiting to be asked to perform a function of serving. And so I've directed my soul to enlighten the souls in the Vienna talks all times, 24 hours a day, even if my physicality isn't there and awake and present and I'm concentrating on it. We know the souls are working behind the scenes. And this is where all this teaching is going into. Would anyone like to make any comments? Has anyone picked up any of these packages? Have you used the butterflies? And again, putting it on your phone or your computer is only really step one. He said we missed it when we think that way, because these are soul elevators. And the one I've gotten from another knowledge seeker, the medium size, I've been pretty much keeping it in a stocking cap and keeping it on almost like a yarmulke. It's about the same size, although it's square rather than being sort of round or oval shape. But I'm just keeping it under and keeping it close to the soul, let's say. And he said they're soul elevators. Now, maybe there's more involved. I might need 2 or 3 on the body. These butterflies, again, the least expensive product in the store, but a priceless product. And most of these packages, and I don't think they can be replicated. Yes, you can make GANs and you can put this in there and some zinc and some CO2, but these are specifically made under controlled conditions. And as Mr. Keshe said, in the air enhancement unit, the butterflies, and many of these other products, they cannot be replicated. Yes, you can make the cup 1 or 2, no problem. And even with the cup 1, when we originally made the cup 1, we actually made about 5 cup 1s, and then we combined them all for a wider spectrum of covering and interacting with energy packages. So that is the original cup 1, is making 5 of them and mixing them together. And then it gives you a much wider and let's say can handle a wider spectrum of interactions of whatever you come across. Any comments from anyone? Before we go into the spraying, which we missed last week, I just want to ask if anyone's here for the first time. Perhaps you'd like to introduce yourself to us. I do see a couple of new names there. And again, this is a family. No one's going to criticize you or insult you. So if you'd like to tell us where you're from, your name, how you found our meeting, please feel free. Jury, I see, I haven't recognized that name, and many people are from other language communities that just may happen to join us. I see a few names in the list that I haven't seen before. Adelise, she doesn't have a microphone for some reason. You have to tap on that mic and then hit the Wi-Fi button for you to get a microphone, or sometimes going out and coming back in works just as well. So if there's no new people here who'd like to announce themselves, we welcome you fully to our meeting. It's a beautiful family. It's like a big bouquet, notwithstanding the thorns. No family is perfect, but we're growing into this as a group of knowledge seekers, but we're extending it into the nations, growing into one nation, one planet, one race for world peace and justice, which has been added recently. I noticed people are saying and justice, or justice and peace. So thank you again, Krasimir, for enlightening us on the different products that are available in the store. So let's go hear a little bit more from Mr. Kesh about what he's asked all of the knowledge seekers to do, and that is about enlightening the souls of the negotiators in Vienna. Mr. Kesh is going to handle the physicality, and now it's our time to practice using our souls. And this won't be the last time we do this. I think there'll be more of us working as you choose to use your soul and test it and see what you understand, and exercise your soul, expanding and contracting, giving those fields. And we all add different fields. That's part of the beauty of this. Maybe what Alex has, I don't have. What Diane has, I don't have. And so all of us working together in a collective to send our fields and to sort of blanket this very, very important period of time in the history of this planet. This has never been on. All the systems that they've been talking about, the vertical unit, the body enhancement unit, the vision unit, and so on, the horizontal unit, all these systems are there, the flight system, the materials, which he said we've all overlooked. Again, everybody went for the universal body enhancement system. The materials enhancement system is basically very similar. He said you could stand in there and become elevated as well. The horizontal. So all these beautiful systems that we realize, or starting to realize the potential of what they can do, is all on the table in Vienna. Mr. Kesh will do the sweeping and the shoveling, handle the physicality, do the tours in Linz in the exhibition center. And our job is to work on the soul level. So that's where we are right now. The negotiations actually start tomorrow. I think he said they would start reading some of these papers on this technology tomorrow, and they need to understand it. Again, the enrichment, even though it seems to be on the table, it's not really the major issue. It's this idea of the religions, I think, that want to maintain their position of superiority. And you'll hear a little bit about this in just a moment. But before we even go to that, and since I didn't cover, and Alex wanted 45 minutes, Alex, how are we? Are you back with us now? Or are you still touching up?
Hi, Mark. More time would be appreciated.
No problem. Let's go to our
Thank you.
dome of, thank you, Alex. Thank you for appearing. Let's go to our dome of peace. But Mr. Kesh has added something. He said the dome of peace was for our. All right.
Cadê o
Oh.
carregador daqui?
Hello, Adelise. Let me mute you. Yes, we try to keep our mics closed, at least I do, and you should too, because we're hearing a lot of background noise, and that's no problem. But just be conscious when someone else is speaking, and you want to keep your mics closed so that there's really no interference and others can hear clearly what's being said. So let's go to our Dome of Peace. I don't know if anyone has any stories today, but I was at Sacred Heart University last week, and this week I did my regular tour, sort of in a part of the city, and just spraying this Dome of Peace and elevating the soul of this planet until we come to a peaceful condition. So that's the part of the physicality that can go to work. And now we're also going to use our souls to elevate and enlighten. I think that was the word, although he did use elevate and he did use raise the souls of the negotiator into a position where they understand this technology without even studying it. Isn't that phenomenal? And I think this is the way Mr. Kesh works. He said, I don't use emails and telegrams. I transfer the knowledge through the fields. So this gives us a chance to actually practice that. Would anyone like to read the Dome of Peace? And you can read it in your native tongue if you'd like. Every language does have a different field strength to it, and our combined languages covers the full spectrum, I'd say. Salamia.
The Dome of Peace. I'll read in Romanian.
Beautiful, yes.
From Mr. Kesh. Vă rog să vă amintiți ca în fiecare duminică și în fiecare duminică de acum înainte să ridicăm sufletul acestei planete la rangul de planetă pacifică. Fundația Kesh și știința Kesh, cunoașterea Kesh, împreună cu căutătorii cunoașterii din această fundație din întreaga lume, o să împrăștie gaz, apă de gaz, în jurul planetei la ora 12, ora Londrei, și la ora 18, aceeași oră, în fiecare duminică, în același timp. Și pot să aleagă și timpul care le convine fiecăruia. Vă mulțumesc pentru participare la această mișcare mare, minunată, puternică, la nivel de suflet al omului, și să punem împreună pentru a aduce pacea, energia sufletului, să avem pace pe planetă ca o trăsătură permanentă a vieții pe această planetă. Thank you very much.
Thank you, beautiful Romania. We know we have many beautiful knowledge seekers there and very knowledgeable too in many of the areas. And thank you, Salamia, for all your work in serving the community in Romania and the larger community, which is all of us. Anyone else?
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else would like to read the Dome of Peace in their language? Remember, your plasma going out through your voice is very important as well, although we don't need to use our voices, as Mr. Kesh said. Some people use their voices, some people are quiet, and some people use a combination of both the voice and the soul to transfer things. Anyone else would like to read the Dome of Peace?
Yes, hello to everyone. Here is Andreas from the German-speaking community. I'm translating and we are listening to this meeting, and I will read it in German
Beautiful.
now.
Thank you, Andreas, for all your service to the community as well.
Thanks, like we always say. Der Dom des Friedens von Herrn Kesche. Bitte erinnert euch diesen Sonntag und jeden Sonntag von jetzt an, bis wir die Seele des Planeten erhoben haben zu einem friedlichen Planeten, sollen alle Keshe Foundation Wissenssucher weltweit die ganz Plasmawässer verbreiten, um die ganze Welt, jeden Sonntag um 12 Uhr zum Mittag und um 18 Uhr jeden Sonntag zur gleichen Zeit, sowie Sie auch selbst wählen, welche Zeit Ihnen für Sie besser passt. Danke für die Teilnahme in dieser großartigen Bewegung durch die Seele des Menschen, um den Frieden auf diesem Planeten zu als eine permanente Leitung des Lebens hier auf diesem Planeten. Thank you.
Thank you, beautiful Germany. Anyone else would like to exercise their voice? And again, one of the things Mr. Kesh has recently told us is that the spraying or the dropping of these GANS waters is very integral to connecting the 1,000 wellness centers that are going to be built by the Chinese construction company around this planet. He said this is going to help us. This spraying and the dropping of the GANS water is going to allow these wellness systems or these wellness centers to connect in a certain way to create this dome of peace across the planet. So don't just take it as you're putting some water here or there and it doesn't really have any meaning because you didn't see any results. You're actually putting a little bit of like fertilizer in the garden in a way. These little magravs that you disperse through the spraying or the emptying of some GANS in a drain, or you spray in your yard, or you spray on the streets, is all working together to connect these systems when they're built, these wellness centers. So it's a very important, but sometimes maybe people don't see the value. I know they have all over the world, in Brazil and in Mexico and in other places, but it is an important feature, and he added that in the last few weeks, that this would connect all these wellness centers together when they're built. So you're actually helping to create this dome of peace across the planet in a much bigger way than we all realize, I think. Would anyone else like to exercise their voice?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Can I?
Shweta,
Oh.
yes. Are you
Oh,
going to?
salam
I'm
namaste.
going to have Mr. Kesh read it in English. Are you going to use your native language?
Yes,
That
I
would be
want to.
beautiful. Yes.
Yeah, I will write. I will like to read in Hindi and my native language, Bengali also. So I'm starting. शांति का डोम या शांति का गुंबज हमारे मेरे मसाया श्रीमान एम टेकेश द्वारा प्रस्तुत किया गया है सभी ज्ञान अनुसंधानियों के लिए। आप सबसे आग्रह है कि आप ये जरूर याद रखें कि इस रविवार और हर रविवार अभी से आज से जब तक कि हम पूरे ग्रह के आत्माओं का उन्नयन नहीं कर सके, ये जारी रहेगा। और जो ज्ञान अनुसंधानी है पूरे दुनिया में इसको फैलाएंगे और इसके पानी को का समर्पण करेंगे, देंगे और स्प्रे भी करेंगे, जिसे हम अंग्रेजी में स्प्रे कहते हैं, स्प्रे भी करेंगे। और उसका वक्त होगा 12 बजे सुबह और शाम दोनों सेंट्रल यूरोपियन टाइम के अनुसार और 18 बजे रात को सेंट्रल यूरोपियन टाइम के अनुसार हर संडे और इसी समय रोज। और आप अपने हिसाब से ये चूज कर सकते हैं या चयन कर सकते हैं। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया कि आप इस महा अभियान में योगदान दे रहे हैं, योगदान दे रहे हैं और इस महा अभियान में कि जो इंसान की आत्मा है वो जागरूक हो और दुनिया में शांति बहाल हो, पूरी दुनिया में शांति बहाल हो और जो कि हमेशा के लिए हो इस ग्रह में और पूरे मैं कह सकती हूँ ब्रह्मांड में। शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद। Now Mark,
Yes.
I'm reading it in Bengali.
Oh, sure. Thank you. And Mosfeq
Okay.
thanks you as well.
Oh, yes, on behalf of my Bengali community, behalf of Mosfeq and all knowledge seekers. শান্তির গুম্বজ বা ডোম, এটা বলতে পারেন আপনি, আমার মাসায়া শ্রীমান এম টেকেশ দ্বারা প্রস্তুত করা হয়েছে, যেটাতে সবই জ্ঞান অনুসন্ধানীদের ডাকা হয়েছে আর আগ্রহ করা হয়েছে কি তারা যেন মনে রাখে যাতে এই রবিবার আর প্রত্যেক রবিবার আমরা মানুষের আত্মা আর এই মানুষের আত্মার উন্নয়ন করে এই গ্রহতে শান্তির অভিসার করব, শান্তি আনবো। আর যাতে যার মধ্যে যত জ্ঞান অনুসন্ধানী আছে পুরো দুনিয়া থেকে, পুরো ওয়ার্ল্ড, পুরো গ্রহ থেকে, দুনিয়া থেকে তারা এই গানসের জল পানিটাকে সব জায়গায় ছড়াচ্ছে। আর সেই ছড়ানোর টাইমটা একরকমের করা হয়েছে যে 12টা বেজে সকালবেলা, রোববার, প্রত্যেক রোববার 12টা বেজে সকালবেলা সেন্ট্রাল ইউরোপিয়ান টাইমের হিসাবে, আর 18 সময় 18 PM সেন্ট্রাল ইউরোপিয়ান টাইমের হিসেবে প্রত্যেক রোববার একই সময় হবে। আর আপনারা আপনাদের হিসাবে এটা চয়ন করতে পারেন। আর সবাইকে শুক্রিয়া, ধন্যবাদ এখানে সহভাগী হওয়ার জন্য। আর এটা মহা অভিযানটাকে চরম অবধি পৌঁছানোর আমাদের জিম্মেদারি, আর শান্তি বহাল করা এই পৃথিবীতে আর এই ব্রহ্মাণ্ডে, যাতে সব সময় সর্বদা এই শান্তিটা থাকুক। আর আপনাদের সহভাগীর জন্য হৃদয় দিয়ে আপনাদের অভিনন্দন করি আর ভালোবাসা জানাই। শুক্রিয়া, ধন্যবাদ। Mark, I have read in 2 languages.
Thank you. Thank you, beautiful
Thank you.
India and beautiful Bengali. And
Beautiful.
Andreas, I hope you didn't try to translate that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you, Shweta, for all your work in and around the foundation. And yes, you have a very large project there in India with 1.5 billion people to enlighten or elevate. And that's why I think everyone's not going to go to a classroom. There's going to be fields and things blowing across this planet that's going to make all of us more open and understanding this knowledge in a certain way. As he said, if one atom turns, they all turn. Einstein, I think, said that, and so on. Let's hear from Mr. Kesh. And we know we're creating a much bigger project than just spraying the GANs in your neighborhood. This is a worldwide effort with 1,000 wellness centers. This is very, very huge. And so many people are going to be coming out with testimonials and the praises of the Kesh Foundation in a way. And as Mr. Kesh says, and the Universal Council says, we are here to serve, not to be served. Thank you so much, Sweta. Anyone else would like their language voiced? If not, oh, please, did someone open their mic? I thought I heard a click. Let's see if we can hear from Mr. Kesh and the English part of it. But again, we're adding to this. This is for the physicality to do on Sundays. And again, you can drop these Ganses anytime you'd like. If you have a cup on the counter, feel free during the week just to pour it down the drain. And it will, as we know, the GANS knows where to go and what to do. And we hear this term GANS, gas as a nano solid. Or in the book, Mr. Kesh said the gas makes a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. So that's another way you can refer to GANS, because so many, it's an acronym and no one would probably figure it out. Gas as a nano solid. It's not even supposed to really exist, gas in a solid state in a way, or in a nano of itself, which appears as a solid in the matter state.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So thank you all for your participation in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature. And yes, we don't want to have to go back and redo it again. We want peace and we want it to stay and stick on this planet. So then we can start to open up our dimensions into the universal community and work with them and learn from them, and they learn from us. And there's so many beautiful things happening in and around the foundation. We're not totally aware of it. I'm not totally aware of it, that's for sure. Maybe others are more aware of it. But this is an opportunity that has not come to this planet in this shape and form since its creation. So try to take it seriously if you can and add to the beautiful fields of the plasma to enhance the environment for all of us. Okay, I think we will go to the other part. As he said, the spraying of this is really for our physicality and the soul to engage. But now he's asking in these Vienna talks for your soul to interact with the soul and the negotiators. And we all know it's not impossible. You do it all the time unconsciously. So let's start doing it consciously. And again, let's hear from Mr. Kesh. He puts it so beautifully and so succinctly that he touches all of us. And of course, this is just after the orange and the cup. So if you have a chance, go back up into this workshop 408 and hear all about it. Hear how you can become the cup and you can give to others through your soul and enlighten them. Many of us missed it just with the orange and the cup, but it's a beautiful, and then he went into even to multiple cups and so on and so forth. that you can be the cup to enlighten the others. And maybe that's the way it's going to be done. As we all become more enlightened, we can then just enlighten others. And this is a test for us. So let's hear a little bit more. And it's very, very important. So take it seriously if you can. And ask your soul to do that, even if you're not awake. The soul never sleeps. So it's working all the time. It's interacting all the time with the other souls. We think it's just a sort of a fantasy. If you told someone that didn't know anything about this knowledge, how all this works, they would sort of maybe look at you cross-eyed, but that's just because they haven't reached that field strength level to understand or have become enlightened. But we know it's very, very possible, and we can do this. And this is what's being asked of us now. It's a test. It's an exercise. It's giving us a time to practice this, because I think there'll be more areas that Mr. Kesh will request the knowledge seekers to direct their energies or what they can give from their soul. And again, no one fails. Everyone passes the test, but you have to try. Maybe you won't pass the test if you don't try. Or maybe your soul is still working on it, even if your soul of physicality says no, because that's the way the souls work. They do have a secret life, and they're in communication with all the other souls. I know it sounds almost outrageous to the unwashed, let's say, but to the rest of us, it makes a lot of sense. Anyone want to add anything before we go spend a few minutes? Alex, are you still okay? Sometimes you're chomping at the bit to come in.
Hi there. I'm just
Hello.
fine.
Okay. So let's hear a little bit more, and then we'll bring in Alex for another beautiful teaching.
You concentrate and try to, as knowledge seekers, to elevate the soul of all those who are involved in negotiations in Vienna. Because, in fact, there's many of them, as I said before, of all backgrounds, all different kind of taste and love and hate and other things. When we ask you that all of you as knowledge seekers give from your soul, is because this one feel the strength of the soul might be still spreading, but does not fit none to elevate, because it's a different strength. This one might just about to fit this one, but misses the others because it's of the different strength. This one might fit half of this one, and this one might fit this one, but part of it, not all of it. And this one might fill the part which the other one cannot fulfill. But when you collectively put together, you radiate the whole lot, and the elevation is the same totality. You fulfill at least 78%, 70 to 80%, which is coming from the dimension of the environment, from the soul of the man. Now you understand why we ask. It's a collective work to enlighten those who have not been enlightened, to understand it. We have knowledge seekers. We know for a fact we have knowledge seekers in the negotiating teams. Knowledge seekers who learn the knowledge, and they've been brought in case Mr. Kesh appears, we can hit. Mr. Kesh comes, we can handle. Such a minister comes, we can handle. This is why then we become, in totality, in essence, the totality of us to become knowledgeable to all of it, to become part of the Creator's knowledge. Understanding and transferring the knowledge and totality hits very deep if you understand it. In some of my teachings, I release some knowledge you think is a joke, but in reality hits exactly where it's got to, reaches that soul, and then it creates the next step of what we call cycle of motion. In our lives, we come across these positions and conditions a lot. And it's our awareness that brings the next cycle of work. How we be, how we can be, how we have to set to elevate, to change, and to bring that change in. And as today's teaching is mainly based on what is going to happen in Vienna in peace negotiations, is mainly the target to enlighten the world leaders that we bring the change to totality. And we are in that position to bring about the change. We are in that position to bring the difference in the work of that change. And this is why and how we set the change through our souls, to understanding, to share, and to give unconditionally that we can cover part of. Any other question?
So there's more in another clip and so on, but I think we'll leave it there. You see that the souls all add different pieces. Some souls won't even add anything because those souls, I guess they're at a higher level and none of the negotiators could pick up on it, but all of us can add a little piece. You add one piece, I add another piece, Alex adds a piece, and so on and so forth. So we all can participate, not only in spraying the GANs now, but now bring it up to the soul level, where we can all start to learn, to test what we've learned in the last couple of years about the soul teaching. And as someone said earlier, that it was so fantastic that he started to become aware of his own soul through the Keshe Foundation and the books and so on and so forth, that he was just so tickled that this even existed. And we know Mr. Keshe has said, and he went into a lot of detail in that Italian meeting, how this has been hidden from us for thousands of years by certain people, let's say, that wear certain turbans or certain miters or certain other things on their heads. And if I continue, you'll hear Mr. Keshe say, I think it's in the other clip, that these negotiations are not really about the nuclear enrichment so much as they are about the superiority of the Vatican. And when he says the Vatican, I think he's meaning all of them, the Ayatollahs, the imams, the rabbis, and whatever else you have. So this is what he's talking about, this superiority. And there's many religious leaders with them. Mr. Kesh said many of the world leaders are very religious and they put the religion first and they have advisors there with them. So let's also enlighten the advisors, which they already, most of them know about, Kesh, at least at the top levels of most of the religions and what Mr. Kesh represents. And he may come into these negotiations himself. I'm not quite sure. They seem to already have that sort of feeling and they think they'll be able to throw something at him or something else, but none of that is going to withstand the fields of the creator, let's say. Okay, I think that's it. I don't know if anyone wants to make any comments about it. I know it's rather serious and somber, but it's also a time of enlightenment. So this is very good because we're all going to become more enlightened. And even the new tomorrow, which I'll play at the end, shows about this wind blowing across the universes to change position, and where all races will be able to move from the dimension of the creator to the dimension of the physicality, which is the soul of Mitra. So what a beautiful gift, he said. In a way, this is a gift from the creator. We don't understand the whole story, but we're just trying to understand the parts that have been revealed to us. Okay, I think Alex is ready to go in. Come in, excuse me.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Alex, and thank you again so much for joining us today. You've obviously revealed some things unknowingly to us, and I think we all do that in a way, but Mr. Kesh said in the teaching before last that you brought in something very profound and unknowingly brought it in a very soft way. I don't know if you've rethunked that or exactly what the part was he was referring to. I haven't been able to exactly figure it out, but maybe you'll share more today and help us to understand deeper. So I want to welcome Alex from Canada and all the work you do around the foundation. I know you've taught, as many of the teachers have, and we're all students and we're all teachers. So even if you just know a little bit of this knowledge, you can share it with someone. It may help them to, you may plant a seed in them for them to allow it to grow and to open up even more, even though, as I tell people, your soul knows what I'm telling you is accurate on the soul level, but the soul of physicality says, no, 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 don't go there. But Alex is bringing us new dimensions and new understandings every week. So we want to thank you so much, Alex. I can play the disclaimer if you'd like.
All right, I would like you to do that, please.
Okay, let's start there. Let me just turn the volume down. Sometimes this one comes in a little bit louder. Let me share the screen. And we'll go right into it, and then feel free to take over, as you beautifully always do.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now the floor is yours, Alex. So please take us where you'd like us to go today. Thank you for joining us and carrying these meetings so beautifully.
I would just like to add that YouTube is also placing restrictions on us. So this presentation is not intended for that. And if anyone does go in that direction, please do so at your own free will. This is part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and I want to welcome all the knowledge seekers on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. This is the North American Corona team meeting. And as we know, we have many people outside of North America who are coming here. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. It's a really big boost. And we frankly need it. Because when we say North America, it's not to exclude South America. South America is absolutely blossoming with the Keshe Foundation Brazilian team, the Hispanic team, and we're struggling a little bit here in Canada. And I would just like to acknowledge that this is a universal platform. In other words, all the souls on this planet are coming together, whether they show up at this meeting at this time or sometime in the future or sometime in outer space.
And it only takes one, Mr. Keshe said, just one.
Okay, carry on, Mark.
No, I was just saying, it only takes one. He keeps emphasizing this to enlighten all the others. So thank you, Alex. You could be the one.
Well, I have good news for you. We have over 300 million knowledge seekers around the world. And so we are maybe simply one order of magnitude from delivering peace on this planet. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Plasma Science. The subject is dilution. This is part of the intermediate knowing. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is November 28th, 2021. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. I am going to talk slower. I'm going to really try and talk slower. And I welcome the other communities in the background that are doing simultaneous translation. So I hope I don't get carried away because I do have a lot to talk about. We have a new member, as you know, we have the Canadians here, the Americans, and the Spanish community. But we have a new member, and that's the United States of Emergency. And I just want to update that we still have the 2 states of emergency there. The bridges are still broken, and so part of Canada is severed from the other part of Canada. And then, of course, we still have the state of pandemic after 23 months. And it's not just us, it's the world as well. And in parts of Canada, this state of pandemic has been extended till March 22nd of 2022. So the United States of Emergency are actually growing. And the Keshe Foundation is also growing. And so the education, it becomes a very important part of this growing because we try and make semblance of what's going on. And so in front of you here is a basic history of what we've been trying to accomplish in the last year. We started with basic teaching, and we have to have our own terminology. We went into intermediate teaching and advanced teaching, but that became an extension of the basic teaching. Then we went into basic understanding, and we extended to intermediate and advanced understanding. And really all that is still basic. And we thought, well, maybe let's cross this bridge. We went through the basic knowing and the intermediate knowing. And this has been ongoing now for 11 weeks. And in many ways, I'm disappointed because the whole purpose of this section is to differentiate between the plasma state and the physical state. And we need to be able to know which state we're operating in. We can't know everything, so we have to make a connection. And this has delayed us in many ways because today we're going to be talking about something that I personally have not been talking about, and that is dilution and what it means. So today's subject is dilution. Before I get into that, I just want to discuss a topic of ignorance. And ignorance is not necessarily a bad quality, because to be ignorant, you could be only unaware. But sometimes ignorance is being aware, but being unwilling. And for many of us, you know, we can't cross this bridge of understanding, this bridge of knowing. We don't know how to cross this bridge. But it's a whole different story if you don't want to cross the bridge. And this is where we are now, because we are on the verge of establishing world peace. And what does it mean? So when we look at the fundamentals, and in science, these are the periodic table of elements, the fact is that they are elementary. And so this is a very good educational tool, but life is much more complex. So in fact, the sum of the parts is greater than the sum of the parts. Knowing the details is not as important as the details of knowing. And this becomes quite apparent when we look closely at specifically one section of the periodic table of elements. And these are the elements that we have talked about with respect to the GANS technology. And so we have the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, which represents the amino acid. We have the copper, which represents the physicality, and the zinc, which represents the emotional, and the iron, which represents the connection and the anchorage. And then, of course, we have the sodium and the potassium and magnesium and calcium, which creates a salt environment. But if we look at hydrogen, we find that it is kind of in between here and there, and it doesn't really have its own position because we don't really understand what hydrogen is. And so to try and clarify, one of the problems we had was with the terminology. So we know that we have a principal matter and we have amino acids. And so we introduced carbon as a link between those two. And so the principal matter is in the plasma state and the amino acid is in the physical state, and the carbon would be the link And if you've been following the teachings, so you know that from there we have star formations, plasma state, dynamic plasma states. And so from there, there's a residue. And from there, there's a conversion. So to try and clarify things, we did start with terminology. So we wanted to add to terminology. So this was my proposal several weeks ago. And I'm hoping it does get adopted by the knowledge seekers. So we talked about carbogen, which is the plasma link with the amino acid. The mattergen, which is the plasmatic matter as opposed to the physical matter. And the plasmagen, which is the creation of plasma. And that it being the precursor of physicality. So we still have confusion. And thought was possibly to change the name of hydrogen, because that is in the plasma state, to hydron, and likewise oxygen to oxon and nitrogen to nitron. And the purpose of this is to differentiate between the plasma condition and the physical condition. This proposal is probably fruitless. And the reason for that is because the hydrogen, as we know it, has been discovered over 200 years ago. So we have a scientific carryover, a scientific hangover. So we really don't want to dwell in the past. So if I abandon that and just clarify, so let's look at what advanced technology means. And right now, there is a tremendous, what do you call it? You call it hysteria with respect to electric vehicles, right? And the year is 2021. If it was 1971, I could really get excited about electric cars. But that would have been advanced technology back then. Today, it's not so very advanced. What it is advanced in is in our adoption within our physicality. So the way I look at this is a massive investment in our past. And when we invest in our past, we are robbing for the future. Electric cars have already been replaced by hydrogen technology. But the hydrogen technology goes back many, many years as well. And it is in the physical state. And it has a direct connotation to the hydrogen bomb. So this is hard to change. And this is why I'm saying, well, we will abandon that change, because again, it is an investment in the past. A decade ago, we were talking about flying cars. Well, the big problem, of course, with flying cars is that they had to still have wheels and had to be connected to the ground. And in many ways, we were stopped. And this has been a positive, because now that is also in the past. And of course, depending on how far in the past you wish to go, there's also a nuclear connection. So we see a nuclear connection with the hydrogen bomb. We see the nuclear connection with nuclear energy. And then, of course, we see the nuclear connection with UFOs. And these UFOs, well, as the disclosures are coming, we're seeing that that actually may go back in the past to before World War II. So these are not advanced technologies. These are all obsolete. And so we, as Earth space beings, we are composites, and we are still with training wheels. So we are basically composite four-wheelers. And so the key point of this particular discussion is that advanced technology is advanced. And so we need to cross that bridge, whether we want to or not. So to help us cross that bridge, I just want to add to this proposal where we adopt new terminology: carbogen, mattergen, plasmagen. But the purpose is to discuss pre-amino acid state or post-amino acid state. Because in the pre-amino acid state, that is the plasma state. And in the post-amino acid state, that is the physical state. So I propose to add one more word, aminogen, to differentiate the pre-amino acid with the post-amino acid physical condition. And now we can get into book number 1, The Universal Order of the Creation of Matters, as put forward by Marin Tavakolikesh. And this has to do with the plasma science. And we've been trying to teach, understand, and connect through knowing. What is plasma dilution? So I'm just taking a small excerpt out of page 154 of book number 1. At the inception of plasma, the antimatter components of the plasma were created by the stronger plasmatic magnetic fields. The future is plasmatic magnetical fields based through the production of controlled plasmatic dilution technology reactors. We are still in basic teaching. This is advanced, very advanced. And so we're just introducing this topic in this particular class today, because it is from this plasma dilution that we get into book number 2, The Structure of Light, which allows us to go from here to there. Where is here and where is there? Well, that all depends if book number 3 should be book number 1, but that doesn't matter because it goes both ways. You see, the origin of the universe is based on plasma science and how the energy goes in all different directions. So it's time for us to stop living in the past and cross the bridge into the new tomorrow. We've always been looking forward to tomorrow, but the tomorrow that we're faced with today is the tomorrow of the past, and the new tomorrow is the tomorrow of the future. So we begin the creation of the universe. The universe exists from energy, and this energy is always in motion. And so because it's in motion, it has to have a charge so that we know which direction we're going. And so when this energy comes together, as we see in the cover of book number 1, we see the creation of matter. And in that creation of matter, we have antimatter, dark matter, and mattergen. And that is one field. And when you take two fields and interact them together and connect them with an infinity loop, now you have more. You have more than what you started with. And in fact, 1 + 1 is more than 2. This is not only the new math, but this is the plasma math. So let's review some terminology. In plasma science, magnetical and gravitational field forces are the basics. And this is a natural plasma. And so natural plasma deals with energy and motion. And it goes through various geometries. And it goes through various dimensions. So the geometries can be in one dimension, and the geometries can be in another dimension. And so we have multiple dimensions. And we can go within a dimension, and through the gradients, change the energy field strength, which we call dynamism. But we can also change through gradient field strengths dimensions. And that too is dynamism. So maybe that sounds a little bit confusing. And we're trying to clarify the picture, you see, because energy follows a path. And so on this Earth, we have a path where the Earth is a rotating planet and we are on it. But please note that most of us are not dizzy. We are able to stand on this planet and rotate with it. And we see that energy comes in, goes out, and because it keeps moving, it goes around. And if it is not compatible, it will go right on through. So I just want to repeat for Andreas, the energy comes in, goes out, goes around because it keeps moving. But if it's not compatible, it will go right on through. So if the energy is going out, we say that is magnetical. And because it's going out, that is emission. In magnetical terms, we call that repulsion. The opposite to that is gravitational, which is attraction. And as the energy comes in, it has to be absorbed. So our field of reference as humans is between the ground and the sky. So we see that the sky is the magnetosphere, which is the magnetical limit of the Earth. And for us, the gravitational limit is the ground. But there's more to that. From our standpoint, what we're concerned about is the susceptibility. How do we relate to our environment? So we said that the Earth is rotating, and that rotation is physical. But in a plasmatic state, the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere also rotate. So there are two rotating hemispheres. And so we see that there's a plasmatic rotating field and a physical rotating field. And then we are involved with this. And so we have a DNA combination, which is working with the RNA DNA. And we have two hemispheres, and they're working in combination. So let's investigate that through the rest of this class. So we say susceptibility is that something is something. The key point is that nothing is nothing. So therefore, something is either something or it's something else. And we've proven this to ourselves because when we made the GANs, and even if we didn't know what it was, we've seen the formation of a rotating field. And that rotating field developed so much so that it developed a hole right in the center of the GANs. And so where did this hole come from? And is there a soul in that hole? So where did it come from? So we say, okay, when we look at principal matter, this principal matter came from PM ticks. And we've said when two forces come together, they create an interaction. And so that becomes a force field interaction. And when that force field interaction comes into a balance, we call that a maggraph. So this is the essence of creation. How does a dream fit in? Well, a dream is part of the whole process. The dream is working in the background. How far in the background? Well, that all depends on your point of view. And so we carry on. So we added more terminology and we said, okay, transmission is actually a rotating field. And so with respect to our common understanding of what a dimension is, let's call that the x-axis. Transition deals with polarity. So let's call that the y-axis. So the rotation goes around the y-axis. And how big is this field? Well, that depends on the field strength. So we call this the z-axis, the transmutation of the combination that we see as rotation and polarity. And that determines our position. But determines our position to what? To another plasma. All plasmas interact. And this is the nature of the dynamism. So we have a dynamic plasma within us. And then we have a dynamic plasma interacting with other plasmas. And all of this is energy in motion. So we find that in our physicality on this earth, we have different ranges and we can transcend these ranges. We find that in our emotional strength, we can also go through ranges. In our souls, we can also go through different ranges. But we can also go through different dimensions. And as we said, we can go through various geometries within each dimension or go from dimension to dimension. And it is this fact that allows us to understand the problem with our understanding of what evolution is if we were to believe Darwin, because he said that we evolved from monkeys. Then the question is, well, who did monkeys evolve from? So obviously they evolved from Darwin. So he's the original monkey man. And we have adapted to this earth, so we are humans. But the thing is, we also have to take into account the rate of change, because we know that on this planet, we have different domains. You know, we have cold zones, hot zones, desert, tropical, and we can move in all of these zones. But wherever we are, we have manifest, and that has to do with the field strength. Our field strength interacting with the Earth's field strength, and that is what we call inertia. And so that is the evolution. The inertia is the evolution. But the evolution from what? So when we look at old science has already said, well, it's not possible to regrow limbs. It's not possible to change your skin color. I mean, heaven help you if you're a racist by skin color and then you change skin color. It's not possible to change one's nature. Maybe if you change skin color, I don't know. But plasma science, you know what? It's not possible for you. So let's restate and add this and understand that with the plasma science, we are now talking about different kinds of transmutation. So there's a transformation, and that transformation allows us to transcend. And it also allows us to go through what we call a transmogrification, which is a modification of a physicality. Well, old science has said that that's not possible, but the new science is, it is possible. And why? Well, we have to add one more piece of terminology. Plasma dilution. So plasma dilution is what gives us the uniqueness. First of all, we have over 7 billion people on this planet, and each one is unique. Second of all, each of us has over 70 trillion cells in our body, and each cell is unique. Furthermore, we are not alone in this universe. Forget the universe. Let's just look at Earth. We have the vertical people. Each of the vertical people is unique. You all know the difference between an orange and a potato. And all the cells in an orange are unique, as are all the cells in the potato. They're also unique. And then we have physical manifestation of many, many things. And each of those is unique. So when you start to add up all these numbers, you need a pretty big calculator. But you don't need to do this, okay? We don't need to be hesitant anymore about crossing the bridge, you see, because we can know by connection. And so what we have known in the past is what we call the post-amino acid state. And what we are learning is the aminogen state. And we make a connection. And that connection is between the PM ticks, which is the energy in motion that is ubiquitous in the universe. And then we look at the field strength that is developed physically in the X, Y, and Z axis on this planet. And so we've been taught that this planet, through its gravity, is what holds us here. So in many ways, that's correct. So the planet is gravitational. And the energy that is coming through the universe is magnetical. So somehow, some way, that magnetical energy is transitioned into a gravitational manifestation. And so that takes care of the earth, but what about us? Okay, so there has to be a manifestation of us. So if we are attracted to this earth, does that make us magnetical? To a certain point, yes. So by changing the point of view, when we look at the range transmutation, as we see it on this planet, it is from our point of view. And our point of view is gravitational. So now we understand that our point of view is from a dynamic plasma state of us. And that is the principal matter. And so by definition, we found that the antimatter is the product of plasma dilution. And so this is the manifestation of your plasmagen state. And there's a connection through the transition matter. And that connection is what we call transformation. And that transformation depends on your environment. So if we were to transform in our dream state, then we don't necessarily have to transform into a physicality. But if we wanted to transform into our physicality, then that is inertia. And so that is why we have transformed into our mattergen state. And we see that the mattergen state has an affinity to the Gans state. And we will be talking about that more in a few weeks. But our physical state is manifest with our matter state, the lowest energy transfer state, which involves heat and electricity. And then from there, it's promoted to nuclear physics. And then from there, we are talking about plasma physics. So when you look at what is it that we're talking about today, and what are we all excited about, and what is all the hype about, it is about our investment in our past. And we need to stop doing that and start to invest in our future. We need to stop robbing ourselves, because it is, in fact, creating limitations for our soul. And so we're stuck in our little yellow submarine, and we're trying to elevate ourselves, but we don't have trust. What we need to understand is that this trust is what brought us here in the first place, because it's through the trust of the inertia, which is the interaction of the plasma field of the sun, then the earth, and our soul of the man, that has brought us here. And because of the uniqueness of each of us, we are the independent variables. And this independent variable is independent. That's the key. And it's independent because it comes from a source, which also is independent. But there's a different quality to each one. That difference in quality is what makes it independent. And the independence is what brings us the uniqueness, the biodiversity on this planet. And this is why we are in heaven. So when we make the Gans of connection and we see how peaceful it is in the universe, and the rules of the universe are the same as the rules on this planet, then we have to wonder, why are we having so much trouble? So it all boils down to our understanding of atomic science. And we see that this is representative of the chains of man. And with the plasma science, we've gone into the monatomic state, which allows a connection, a flexible connection, and a plasmatic connection, which is representative of us, because you are an unchained man. That is the universal soul system. You have a soul of the man system, and you have a soul of the body system, and you have a connection which is springy. And when you go to sleep at night, that is your silver cord connection, which is extended. And when you wake up in the morning, it is recoiled and brought back in. So the soul of the body comes back into the body. This is the art of dreaming. So from here on, everybody likes to follow a leader, right? And so I'm conducting this class. So as a teacher, I'm the leader. But frankly, I'm a student, and I'm going into uncharted waters. So hopefully I can guide you without any problems. Can we sort this out? Let's see. Make sure you have a solid foundation. Plasma science is the magnetical energy that is transferred through attraction and repulsion. We create fields. And from those fields, we can either create more fields, or we can decay into other fields. This is strictly terminology. What we're saying is that when we have a field strength that's in balance, which we call a magrav, we can add to that field, which is magnetical, or we can add to that field, which is gravitational. So the implication of creation and decay is not so much where you are creating and destroying. It's a matter of which direction are you creating, which direction are you manifesting? Because you see, it's a two-way street. So from your magrav condition, you create what you want to create. That is a mission. From your magrav state, you want to create what you want to create, and that is what you absorb. So when we look at ray creation, and we see that the neutron splits up into an electron-proton combination, and the byproduct is the PM tick, which is the ray. And we see that in the plasma science, we have two hemispheres. Why? Because from the magrav, you can create in one direction. And so one direction is the natural creation, and the other direction is the natural decay. But you can do that the same thing in the other hemisphere. So any kind of ray motion is a creation. And the two work together. So the magnetical component has a creation side and a decay side. The gravitational component has a creation side and a decay side. You just have to know where you are. So why we're bringing these subjects up for the last 11 weeks is because we have to understand that we are the maggraph. And whether we converge or diverge, in other words, whether we attract or repel, is our point of view, and is added to our maggrav condition. From our maggrav condition, we can be magnetical or we can be gravitational. And because of our independence, because of our uniqueness, we are bringing heaven on earth. But what we are is part of the universe. So we are independent, interdependent with the universe. So within the interdependence of the universe, we are independent. And now, more than ever, after 23 months, the cups of life are more important. What are the cups of life? They are not the cups of pandemic. They are the cups of life representative of the plasma functioning. And so with the plasma functioning, as we are so physically bound, we take physical components, and in the one cup, we create a magnetical and a gravitational field. We've created a second cup, we change the components, but we still create a magnetical gravitational field. When we compare these two cups, we find based on field strength, one is emotional and one is physical. If we're still dealing with the pandemic, then keep these cups apart by at least 1 meter and use them accordingly. And if you want to enhance our environment, put them together in the cups of man. And together, they collectively create a magnetical giver and a gravitational taker field. And then we have the cup of soul, which also has a magnetical gravitational field. But each cup has a soul. And collectively, when we put the emotion, cup number 1 and cup number 2 and the cup of souls together, we have a magnetical gravitational field with a soul. That's us. And us is interacting with something. And that interaction is represented in the cup of inertia. And so we have a magnetical gravitational field. That cup of inertia is interacting with our environment. What is our environment? Well, we all know that we're on Earth right now. Unless we have some spies from Mars or Jupiter, I don't know. But that cup has a magnetical gravitational field. So that's the cup of the Earth. And so as an archaeologist, when you're looking at different cups and you say, well, what's the difference between an ordinary teacup and a Kesh Foundation ceramic cup of sweet, of pressure, or of life? Well, let's just look at the cup of sweet. But we're going to look at it from the eyes of a teacup. Do you like to have some tea or coffee? Would you like that with or without sugar? And if you did want it with sugar and you put the sugar in the tea or coffee, would you see the sugar, or would the sugar dilute inside? So it's still a cup of tea, it's still a cup of coffee, but is it with or without sugar in? And you can't tell until you drink it. And this is the same with the ceramic cups of sweet, of pressure, and of life. And so as a physical archaeologist who is unearthing form artifacts, you don't know if that is advanced science or the other science. You don't know, because you cannot tell from the physical aspect of it. And this is why we have to cross the bridge. We are now crossing the bridge to the other side. And we can do this not by knowing the details, but by the details of knowing. In other words, when you gap that bridge, then you can put a bridge across that gap. And you know that the knowing is of a higher order of magnitude, right? So when we look at the various domains and we say, well, we have a awake state and we have a sleep state. So the awake state is part of our earth domain. And we say, okay, well, the earth domain is our earth space. So the sleep state is our space domain. And so the awake state becomes our consciousness state, and the sleep state is our unconscious state. But when we look at the space domain, now we see that there is a difference between the inner space and the outer space. And this is important to understand, because the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is teaching the knowledge to go from Earth space to outer space. That is the advanced technology. That is how our soul travels. We are all soul travelers. And we travel and are connected through the carbogen to our tiny little perfect universe. And you can see how tiny perfect it is. Well, you can see how tiny it is. And you can see how vast the universe is. So we talk about sequencing. So our soul sequencing is the sun plus the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth is what attracts the soul of the man. So we are the soul of the man. You could say that the soul of the man is magnetically drawn, because the soul of the man is a traveler. But we're saying that the soul of the man is attracted. The soul of the man is gravitationally drawn. So likewise, we can say the soul of the body is gravitationally drawn from the interaction of the soul of the earth plus the soul of the man. You are the soul of the man. And so you have a soul of the body. That soul of the body is you. So this body manifests itself physically. It is attracted. through the combination of the plasma field of the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body. So there's a sequence of how these souls interact. And this is what we're trying to teach in the plasma science. So we say there's fundamentally a magnetical gravitational balance, which we call a maggraph. And there's a scientific community that only understands the conservation of magnetic fields. And the conservation of magnetic fields is interpreted as the conservation of energy. And then spiritually speaking, we can't talk in scientific terms, so we talk in terms of spirituality. We find that the spirit is the motor of the soul. And this is how the plasma science adds to the knowledge. We bring both together. So we have a small m matter state, which is physical, and we have a matter gen state, which is plasmatic. And you need to know in which state you're dominant, because you're in both states simultaneously. And the reason for that is because there is a common denominator, and you are it. So we introduced the vertical enhancement unit, and it has a special characteristic. So one of the things we understand about science, as written by Herman Weyl, a definite portion of matter occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment in time. So you can't be at two places at the same time. So therefore, there has to be flow and there has to be a connection. This is known science. Nothing exotic about this. It is known science. What is exotic is the ability to cross this bridge using the vertical enhancement unit. However, you cannot do that in physicality. You have to elevate into the soul of the body, and then you have to elevate into the soul of the man. And then to cross that bridge has to be a peace bridge. You cannot cross that bridge as a warmonger. Because when we talk about heaven, we are concerned, well, is it a space heaven or an earth heaven? So by the same question, we could say, is it an earth hell or a space hell? So it has to do with how we transmit energy. And this differentiation between heaven and hell is strictly a transmission on this earth. This transmission is done through our plasma condition, our dynamic plasma condition. So in order to bring about this heaven transcendence, we literally have to elevate to a higher energy strength. So the soul of the man has a higher energy strength than the soul of the body. And we know the soul of the body that controls the physical body is also stronger. So this is how we transcend into our heaven. And our heaven is peaceful. Heaven is peaceful. And that's what we're missing. We're missing the peacefulness on this planet. And so if we want to cross this bridge, we have to cross the peace bridge, because it is from there that we can transform into, from the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and go through a transmogrification, which is into the physical body of transportation. And this is how we can cross the bridge from one side to the other. So what that means is that when we look at the individual cups of the soul, and we add the cup of inertia and the cup of the earth, those 5 cups together create a collective soul with a magnetical gravitational field strength and the soul. So as this collective soul is working, then we all have a uniqueness. So where does that come from? Well, that comes from the dilution of the various plasma charges. And it's not one charge. You are not a dilution of one charge. It doesn't mean it's the same, and it doesn't mean it's different. It just means that you have a variety. You are a composite. So the energy pack of our existence is actually a dilution of composite plasma charges, and they go through various gradients. And before we manifest into physicality, we assemble as an amino jet. And because of these composite plasma charges, that is the essence of the spice of life on this planet. And so our spirit becomes the indomitable spirit of our dream energy. And our dream energy is the product of our soul pack, our soul energy pack. So when we're looking at Gans, Gans is the manifestation of a condition on this planet where we are bringing things, not elements, but composites. So what does that mean? That means we can produce in the cups of life, we can produce CO2 GANs, ZNO2 GANs, CuO GANs. But the GANs today is not the GANs you produce tomorrow. And the GANs that you produce tomorrow is not the same GANs that you produced last year. So you could take, for instance, the CO2 GANs that you produced last year, the CO2 GANs that you produced yesterday, the CO2 GANs you produce today, and the CO2 GANs that you produce tomorrow, and you can blend them all together. And what you get is a hybrid environment, which you can interact with. So you, as a composite being, can interact with a hybrid environment. If you can interact with a hybrid environment on this planet, then you can interact with an interplanetary environment. So when we look at the individual cups in the stacker system, we find that each one has its own uniqueness and its own combination with another uniqueness. But it's a stacker unit. Each of these is individually and brought together as a team. That's the stacker 5-cup system, a vertical system. What happens when we get into the cup of universe, where we find the blend of all of these components? And then we say, well, what is the manifestation of these components? And what is it dependent on? It is dependent on an independent variable. So we can take a physical inventory, and we've done this. We can look at the physical connections, and we've done this. We can look at the chemical inventory, and we've done this. And then we can look at the environmental chemical inventory, and we've done this. What we need to look at is the plasmatic inventory. The plasmatic inventory is the energy pack of the universe, which we call a PM tick. The PM ticks come in different flavors. They come in different energy strengths. They come from all different locations. And as they come together, they don't come together in a primordial swill. They come together in a plasma soup. A plasma soup, which is a combination of all the ingredients. And the first connection is the principal matter. We know the principal matter is the antimatter. And from there, there's a transition matter. We know the transition matter as the dark matter. And then we come to the matter gen, which we know is the plasma matter, different from the physical matter. And all of this is a form, artifact, manifestation. All of this is in plasma state. All of this is a form, artifact, manifestation in plasma state. So now we have to define manifestation all over again. So it's not just with relationship to the stacker unit, but it's also within relation to the cup of the universe. So when two fields come together to form another, that, whatever field it is, that formation is a manifestation. And the plasma feeding, wherever it comes from, to wherever it's going, that plasma feeding leads to a manifestation. And so that manifestation can be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical. It can be dark matter or light matter. And it can also be a plasmatic reality or a physical reality or both. Whatever manifestation is, it is a form artifact, including the emotion of presence. The emotion of presence is a form artifact, and all form artifacts are an artifact of energy in motion. That is what manifestation is. So, you know, we have a musical dilution kit. Can we understand that? We have individual notes, we have individual players. One side is magnetical, one side is gravitational. Where's the music? That is the musical plasma. That is the uniqueness. So it all looks the same, but it's not the same. And so what we have to understand is, are we on the leeward side or are we on the windward side? We are at a watershed point. And I've been trying to say, well, what is this watershed point? And that is that some things physics and chemistry cannot explain, but there are missing ingredients. And when we have these missing ingredients, they make us out of range. It's like being out of sight. But if you're out of sight, are you out of mind? And if you don't recognize this, are you out of your mind? Because this is the reality. So our reality, the way we see it, is in the post-amino acid state. It is from the formation of the amino acids, which is on the surface of the cups of life. From there, we form the DNA, and then the fatty acids, and then the protein, and then the cells, and then more complex cells. But we're at a watershed. And so the obsolete science, and it's not to forget it, but it's to build on it. We are on the opposite side, the amino-gen state that is connected through the carbogen state. And so we see that there is a problem with the man-made reality. It's not the man that's the problem. It's the man-made reality that's the problem, because the man is part of the universe. So when you're looking for clues as to find out what is limiting the possibilities on this planet, then you as a good detective have to know that why is not the question. Why is the answer? And the answer is that we are limiting our possibilities and we don't see what is limiting. And so that lack of evidence now is also evidence, because what we do know is that we've seen the evidence inside the cups of life. We've seen the GANs created from what? Nothing. We've seen the amino acid created from nothing. We've seen the energy in the cups of life from nothing. What's going on in the cup of the universe, and what is different? Well, what is different is that fundamentally our soul sits in the center, the same way it does within our brain. And so we see that there's a similarity between the structure of the cup of the universe and the cup of life, except that it's more complex. And so we have one cup of life, which is physical. We have one rotating sphere, Earth, which is physical, but we have two hemispheres of the brain, and we have two rotating hemispheres of the Earth. And there's a connection. There's another connection of eddy currents in between. And it is these eddy currents which allow us and cause the crossover in the plasma interaction. What are we talking about? Well, when we look at the dark mass and we find that each mass exists in the light, in the emotion, in our mind, in our spirit, and in our soul. And we see that GANS has a special affinity. And so it is through the GANs that we can do this transcendence between what? Well, ascending into a higher energy strength or descending into a lower energy strength. And so our awake state is our lower energy state. And our higher energy state is our dream state. And our dream state is interacting with the immunogen. And in our awake state, we're interacting with our post-amino acid state. So between here and there are transitory field strengths. This is transcendence of the dark mass into the light mass. And this transcendence can stay within the range. The range on this planet where we have transition, polar motion, transmission, motion from one side to the other. We can have transmission, dimensional transition and transmission. We can transit from dimension to dimension in terms of dimensional strength, or we can transmit from dimension to dimension in the same strength. And then we can also do transmutation, domain transmutation in between one state and another state, within the range or within the dimension. We have this capability because that is the essence of plasma interaction. And it is the crossover in the infinity loop, which is the point of reference. It is from that point of reference where you have a magnetical or gravitational pushing or pulling. And it is the balance at that point of interaction, which is the Magrav condition. And depending on which way the energy is flowing is the residue. And there always has to be a residue, because if there is no residue, there is no motion. So now when we look at the new atomic math and we understand it better, when we look at the periodic table of elements, and they are based on the neutron mass, which equals the proton mass and the electron mass, it doesn't add up because it's missing the mass of the PM ticks plus the total mass of the matter gen and the dark matter and the antimatter. And the antimatter is the product of the plasma dilution. So the totality is achieved through the energy level balance and positioning of all of these things coming together. So we see that not only can we dream, but we can regenerate, because the regeneration and the growth does not come from the physical side. It comes from the plasma side. Because the regeneration or the plasma dilution is the same thing. And the Kesh Foundation is prepared to donate 12 of these vision enhancement units for the free use of members of the US military to recover from PTSD. That recovery will be done through the plasmagen interaction. And it is not just a soul enhancer. And it's not just a spirit enhancer. It is both. And this is our gift. And who are we? Well, we all want to get back to nature. So we are nature. But more importantly, and now more than ever, because of this existential crisis that we're going through the United States of emergency, we really want to get back to normal. But in order to get back to normal, we really have to understand what normal is. So what is normal? So we can define normal as saying normal has to do with the majority. If the majority of people have 2 arms and you have 4 arms, then the normal is 2-armed people, and you as a 4-armed being would be the freak. So the majority is normal, and the majority on this planet seek freedom and emancipation. That's this planet. But when we look at the universe is already normal. But the universe has a problem, you see, because the earth is also seeking freedom and emancipation. So beyond the dream state into our soul state, this is the normal state. And it's a carbogen connection to our nuclear creation. And this is only done through peace. And so now when someone asks you, well, can you please define plasma? And say plasma is a kind of energy state. And it is transcending the limitations of science. And it is extremely important. So you see, when you put your point of view in context, and you find that the dilution is at the head of the list, the dilution is your dynamic plasma state and how it manifests into your matter state on this planet, your physical matter state on this physical planet. And you have all the states in between. And all is determined by is your point of view. But understand the rules. And the rules are simple. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so when you look at the PM tick matter gen, and inside the PM tick, where is the soul manifestation dimension? Inside the PM tick, you have antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And now if you understand that the plasma dilution affects the antimatter, which of these 3 is the strongest field strength, and the strongest field strength feeds the weaker field strength. Now you know the direction of flow. So when we're talking about plasma dilution, the stronger is the gravitational and the giver is the magnetical. And so when you're looking at the stacker unit, the higher cup feeds the lower cup. And so the lower cup also has a relationship, gravitational to magnetical. But the in-between is both. So you have a principal matter, which comes from the plasma dilution. You have a transition point, and you have a convergence point. Within this transition point is the crossover. However, it's a two-way street. So you look at your physicality, and now this provides a feedback. And this feedback is on a plasmatic basis. So you, as the gravitational, are emitting a magnetical force field, right? And so we have a soul of the body and we have a soul of the man, and together they are emitting a force field. And so this gravitational form that you have in your body, which is the form artifact of convergence, goes through a transition stage, feeding back to the principal matter. And there is a crossover. There is a crossover between the universal cup and the stacker unit. So the stacker unit is really a feedback mechanism. It's a feedback stacker. And so when you look at the individual cups, each cup has a gravitational component and a magnetical component. And when they come together, they interact. And so each one is representative of an individual field. And then collectively, they have a collective field. So you see that the vertical people are structured this way. And we as horizontal people are able to sleep and in a horizontal position. And both of us react to our matter-gen state. So the feedback is of our environment and the environment's condition. The plasma feeding comes as a result of the interaction of the environment. And so the plasma feeding interacts with our environment, and it comes from the plasma dilution. And so when we look at the creation of principal matter, and as we continue to add, what is the position that we're concerned with? Well, right after the PM ticks, which are the energy packs traveling through the universe, each of them has a different flavor, and they come together into a force field. And the first interaction is with the principal matter, the antimatter. And then there's a transition to coming into the plasmagen convergence, the convergence into the mattergen. So there has to be a plasmagen conversion first. And then that is your maggrav condition. That is the gravitational condition with what it wants to interact. So that's one field to interact with another field, and that interaction is inertia. So now we have a much more clear picture, I hope. It just all depends on your point of view. So we could be saying that if it's man-made, it's not made by angels, but maybe the role of man is to be an angel, to help with the heaven on earth, because that's where heaven is. And so it's not the role of man that is a problem. It's the man-made construct of the role of man. The role of man is a universal construct. And so when we look at the energy binding systems of self-serving natures, which are sucking energy at the expense of others through various means, these are abuse. And so morality is the missing ingredient. And that's what we talk about next week, because the cross you double cross is your eternal burden. A delay in consequences does not mean that there are no consequences. this is the way energy is transferred in the universe. It depends on ethics, and the ethics constitutes morality, compassion, and courage. These are the foundations of creation, and they work together. And this is how, when we've looked at misunderstanding how energy is manifest, we have to see that the universe knows better than we do. So we have to define what the universe ethos is. Ethos constitutes ethical behavior. So ethical behavior abides by universal laws. So unethical behavior then therefore violates universal laws, right? And so we find that any kind of genetic mutilation is in an unethical post-amino acid state, whereas the universal community is in a pre-amino acid state. We call this pre-amino acid state the aminogen, and that is our common denominator. The ethical knowing is the common denominator. So we don't know everything, but we do need to know by connection. So we know about our existence, but our existence is transitioned into a physicality, and maybe that is all we know. We have to know that there's more. We have to know that we can connect to the rest of the universe. And the way to do that is to know by connection. So when you look at the universal cup, it has to do with the interaction between the dynamic transfer state and the physical destination state. And it's done on a soul level, on a plasmatic level, and it's done with two hemispheres. And it's connected to the universe through plasma dilution. And so our skill in understanding this, we have to understand it physically, we have to understand it plasmatically. But when we talk about elevating the souls, that has to be done plasmatically. You cannot elevate a soul physically. The soul is connected to the universal cup, not the physical cup. So beyond the dream state is the plasma dilution. And that creates the aminogen state, which is connected by the carbogen state into our post-amino acid state. So we have a dream-made world and a man-made world. And this information can be transmitted right around the world, but not only because we are seeking creature comforts. Yes, we are. We have ideas and we have wishes, and we need the courage to fulfill these wishes. And the best way to do that is with love. And so when we look at the universal body enhancement units and the universal material enhancement units, then we have to understand that we are not just in the dream state, we are beyond the dream state. And to travel beyond that, this is our beyond dream ship. And so in spirituality, we all talk about the greater oneness, and we just really don't know what that means. And in that context, I'm speaking about myself, but the picture is becoming very, very clear, because we know what goes around comes around. Yes, it does. So when we look at the Universal Council, it doesn't matter if we're on Earth, and it doesn't matter if we're in outer space, because it all beings are listening. The common denominator is the ethical knowing of universal peace, and we are the independent variable. So the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute is putting forward this plasma science into public domain and is asking all the world leaders to sign the World Peace Treaty, all the world leaders to sign the peace treaty on behalf of themselves personally and on behalf of their mandate professionally as leaders of their country. World peace should be their goal, because the physical and emotional harmony and vitality of their people is at stake. And every country has patriots, and every country has truth seekers. The question is, can these truth seekers become patriotic difference makers? You see, because this is the universal language of knowing. It is held by universal Earth patriots, and the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. And I want to say, well, welcome to the new space age, but the peace process has a pink elephant in the room. This is the end of this lesson, but it is not the end of the lesson. Thank you all for allowing me to make this presentation, and I wish all the members of the upcoming peace conference to have their souls elevated and understand what it means to be a universal functionary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Of many points you've raised and many ideas you've put on the table for us to take from. And of course, we all know we take from this knowledge what we can or what our intellect allows. And no soul has a corner on knowledge. So while we let Alex rest his voice for a minute or two, or perhaps warm his coffee, it's probably cooler by now. I just, again, we do have more people here than were here an hour or so ago. If there's anyone here for the first time, if you feel like you would like to open your mic, tell us who you are, where you're from, and perhaps how you found this meeting. I do see some new names in the participants list. And it's just a brief introduction. If you'd like, we leave it up to you.
I'm Antonio Polina from Australia, and been following this for 10, 15 years now, on and off. And so, yeah, my interest always lies in new technology, and I'm an organic farmer, so I'm using some of the GAN's plasma in my farming practice, which seems to be beneficial, although the weather is against us. We've had a huge hailstorm a month ago that did a little bit of damage. Not too bad where I am, but nearby growers have lost nearly everything. I missed the first part of this meeting, so it's a bit hard to ask a question about what was being taught, but so thank you very much.
Are you near Lisa and Jim? Lisa had mentioned something about a very heavy hail in her area that was damaging things. You must have networked with some of the other knowledge seekers in Australia.
Yeah, I talk to Jim often since I've become aware of him, and I'm always full of questions. You know, there's so many things that are going on.
And you're
So
still producing? What are you producing down there, if I could ask, Antonio?
Stone fruit, plums, nectarines, peaches. If you buy an organic wine from Yalumba, the Shiraz is 40% comes from my vineyard. So plasmatic wine, I could call that.
Wow.
And also veggies. I'm doing tomatoes, pumpkins, and watermelons at the moment. But my body's not up to it anymore, so I'm going to take it easy. But yeah, thanks. Thank you.
That's very nice. Are you getting the same feedback that Jim and Lisa are getting with your production of your crops and things? They seem to, they were telling us, at least last year, how much the restaurants always look forward to their product, and their customers as well have been asking for their products.
Yeah, well, I do get some feedback. The watermelons, the wholesaler who buys it from me, the Biodynamic Marketing in Melbourne, he said to me, I've been in the business, 17 years, and your watermelons are the best I've ever tasted.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's beautiful. Isn't that elevating?
It is. Yeah, so
and we elevate all the souls in Australia.
It's a difficult time, of course, here. Mandates for this. I can't move because I haven't been vaxxed, of course. I can't go here. I can't do this. I can't do that. And it feels like a prison at the moment. Hopefully this will sort itself out soon.
Well, we did bring up at the beginning of the importance of elevating or enlightening the souls of these negotiators. So you can play a part in that, Antonio, as much as you'd like.
I do whatever I can and tell as many people as I can, but it seems to fall on a lot of deaf ears because seeing is believing. They said, when you get the virus, let us know how the plasma works. Okay, I don't want to get it, but if it comes my way, well, yes, I certainly will be using the 7th protocol.
Well, thank you. I guess you're one of the 300 million or so who are around, but they don't always appear. So Mr. Keshe is often referred to 200 or 300 million knowledge seekers on this planet.
Well, I think that not everyone essentially may follow the plasma technology, but they are elevated souls, possibly, is what he's referring to, is that people that are ready for the change. I think there's more people than that who are ready for
Sorry about that. We had two people open their mics simultaneously.
That's okay. No worries. Yeah, so my intuition says that we are ready for the change, and it's just the window of opportunity when it happens. It'll happen when it's ready to happen. I think.
Yes, and apparently Mr. Keshe said that it's time for man to go through this process, and this is part of it. He said the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community anyway. And this, what we're all going through, is part of this perhaps awakening or getting our attention or seeing the efficient or effective use of the technology. Just in a small way, but obviously we know how much it's going to be growing in the next weeks and months, let's say. So thank you for your presence.
Thank you.
Can I make a question to Alex?
Of course. Is there anyone else, Daniela, we'd like to just ask them to open their mic?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead then, please.
I want to ask Alex or anyone, there's specific emotions with Mr. Keshe teachings. If you can tune into this, you can access the love. Have you guys have any experience about this, or Alex can tell me something about this?
You mean this emotion of completeness or other
It- it- it-
emotions? Or
it's
maybe
like
emotions we haven't even discovered yet?
it's like Mr. Cash embedded the love within the knowledge and the words and the teaching, and we don't realize because we block this. We don't. We filter this, you know. But you can tune into this and feel the love, the unconditional love from the Creator and from the totality. I think maybe Alex can enlighten me something about this, or you guys.
Hi, Danilo.
Hello.
This is a terrific question. You see, the thing is, when you're looking at the PM ticks, the rays of the universe, they all come in different flavors. So to have a flavor, it's generally speaking not an individual flavor, but a blend. So let's say, for instance, you want to play music, and so I'm using a piano. It has 88 keys, but there are pianos with less keys. But a guitar only has 6 strings.
Sorry, Alex. Somehow I was disconnected.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Alex,
I just
could you?
hear that it's a terrific question, and then
Oh, okay. I'll start over again.
He got bumped out for some reason, Alex, just as soon as you started to answer his question.
I see. So I was talking about music. And the reason for that is because I was using a reference to the keys on a piano. It has 88 keys. But there are keyboards that have less keys. And then if you look at a guitar, for instance, say a guitar has 6 strings. So you can make music on a guitar with 6 strings. You can make music on a piano with 88 keys. So it's not really how many keys you have, because there are 7 billion of us on this planet. And each of us has 70 trillion cells. So each of us is unique. And then within us, each cell is unique. So you cannot possibly have the kind of universal music to come from a ray that carries this phenomenal number of variations. So when the PM ticks come together, when two PM ticks come together to create a field, they are carrying their individual flavor, which is a composite. It's not an individual, say, I'm just going to bring vanilla and I'm going to bring banana flavor or something like that. It's a combination, it's a composite. And so you have a composite ray coming together with another composite ray. But not only two, we're just saying two come together, they are the beginning. But there could be many coming. So in other words, you could have 1,000 different rays coming together, and each of those thousands of rays are a composite. So each one of those 1,000 rays would be unique, but the collective, as they come together, create a force field. So therefore, this force field becomes unique. And one of the points that I made was that the CO2 GANs you created yesterday and the CO2 GANs that you create tomorrow is not the same GANs in field strength. And the reason for that is because it takes into account the environment. So our planet rotates, and we are on this planet, and we don't get dizzy. And that's a good thing, because we're in the physicality. But plasmatically, these fields are rotating. and the entire field of the Earth is moving through space. And that space is outer space. So as it moves through the field of outer space, it is encountering other PM ticks. And so it is contributing to the flavor. So this is energy in motion, right? So the love component is part of each and every ray, because each and every ray comes from the Creator. But because of the diversity, each and every ray has its own flavor, of which love is one of those components. But there are other components that come in different field strengths. So this is why you have to understand that when we talk about the neutron and compare neutrons, they're not the same. When we talk about the elements, we already know they're not the same because we have a whole table of elements. But they're composed of neutrons, protons, and electrons, but they're not the same. So we are not the same. In fact, you are not the same person that you were yesterday. If you were, that would be a tragedy, because that would mean that you didn't learn anything. And you cannot go through life and not learn. Impossible. Because life is for learning. And so you learn what works and what doesn't work. And if you continue to work with what doesn't work, well, you're ignorant. But if you learn from your mistakes, then you are better than what you were. But the foundational component is love. Additional components are courage, compassion. And all of these things have to do with creation. And so the Creator only understands creation. And in order to create, there has to be a respect. There has to be a morality. There has to be an ethos. Okay, because you can't create some and not create others. And this is what, people need to understand. If you have prisoners, right, then you have jailers. Well, who's in jail, the prisoner or the jailer? Well, to be a prison guard, you have to be in the prison. To be a prisoner, you have to be in the prisoner. So what's the difference? Oh, well, the difference is that one's a prisoner and one has a job. So is that the job? Is that our job? So when we look at that situation, we find that our scheme is too small. And the reason our scheme is so small is because it has to fit inside our tiny, perfect planet. And we find that our tiny, perfect planet is definitely tiny, but it's not normal. We want normal, but we don't know what it means. The universal community knows what it means. That's why we're under quarantine. Not from us, but from the universal community, because the universal community is not interested in engaging with hooligans, and we are hooligans because our conduct is not sincere. Our conduct is insincere. And sincerity is not something that you can fake. It's the very definition of sincerity is to be sincere. So that's why you can't play poker in the universe, because the universe doesn't care what you say. The universe only cares about your intention, because your intention is at a higher field strength. And higher than that is love. And so if you don't have any love in your heart, they can see this. So you only guide yourself by what you can see. You have to know that all of us guide ourselves by that component within our composite structure, which is love, that comes from the Creator. But the uniqueness, the diversity, the abundance that we call heaven is right here on earth. That's why we're here. So the depressing thing is that the majority is normal, and that's what we want. We want peace. And the universe is normal, and the universe wants peace. So if we want to break the quarantine between the earth and the universal community, we have to cross the bridge of peace. And if we want to break the quarantine that we have imposed on ourselves here, we have to cross the bridge of peace, because the universe is first. It's benevolent, it's abundant, it feeds the lower energy with love. I hope I've answered your question. That was a great question.
Can I say something?
Of course.
Yeah. From my experience, I can say like this way. If you see something closer, very closer, but you have to see like a third person, not involving in it, then you will see the beauty. When you see the beauty, you will feel love after that. So I can give an example. Like in your window, 2 ants is walking. So if you are busy, you can see their beauty. So if you take time and watch like a third person nearby it, so you will see a lot of stuff they are doing, how they work, how they talk, their language, their style. You will see there is a beauty. And when you see beauty, then suddenly you will feel love with them. And that way, everything same. Just take a time and close watch. And you will see their beauty and you will feel love. And that love is everything. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, it's Salomea here. I'd like also to have a proposal and a question. A question is regarding delusion. If we can define the delusion. And my proposal is to make a dictionary with all terms together. If we can do, my Romanian community asked me to help them with such a dictionary. But I think that maybe you already have something, and you did from so many years. Maybe you have, and I do not have to rewrite myself. I know that Dr. Gatwa did something before. And another proposal is for tomorrow, when negotiation will start, if we can do together to be connected during this day, because Mr. Cash need our support at the soul level, and even if we can travel there at the meeting at the soul level, to try to elevate and to achieve, to elevate our target, to elevate the soul of all team involved on this negotiation tomorrow. It's very necessary. So I have these 2 questions and 2 proposals. Thank you.
Yes, I think a dictionary might help a little bit. We are introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to the community. So yes, many of us do get mixed up, and some of the terms seems to be beyond our understanding, and many people interpret them differently. But yes, there are some standards in the book and so on. A couple of the books, I think you'll near the end of them, I'm not sure which one, if it's 1, 2, or 3, but there's a whole list of different terms and so on. So yes, I think a type of dictionary would be very nice in a way, at least a quick referral, so to speak, because it is a new language.
Thank you. In the second book, we have this dictionary, but there are not all terms. And we need to maybe to ask Dr. Gatwa to help us. I don't have any connection with him. Maybe in a Universal Council when he will come, I don't know.
And yes, we know Dr. Gatwa has a PhD, but Mr. Kesh said all of our souls has a PhD in this knowledge, actually a double PhD in this knowledge. We just have to reach the soul or embrace it with our physicality and so on to perhaps learn more about it from the soul directly. But I think a little dictionary or a handbook would be very nice to refer to terms.
Yeah, if I'll share with all community, but maybe we can do it together because we have to make a common code of communication. If everybody understands something else, we'll not communicate in a proper way, and sometimes we can argue. It's better to have a common denominator, this dictionary.
And we may not all agree all the time because we're all growing into this knowledge at different speeds and different strengths. And nobody is wrong. This is one of the beauties of this knowledge.
Yes, this is nice.
Hello,
yes.
here's Andreas. Can I say something to the dictionary? We had already a dictionary, and for sure it's somewhere for the transcribers. And also I tried to add to this dictionary, but then you come to the point to define a term word, and there a long travel starts because you cannot just define one term with a few sentences. Sometimes you would have to go through all teachings of Mr. Cash that you only can define one word. because it has so much, yeah, you can look at it from so many different perspectives on something. And yeah, then the time came where I ended with my dictionary. I mean, it was not mine, it was built up on the transcriber's dictionary, which was about the books. But it's really, I don't know how to say. You can only for one word, could make your own teaching series. What that word means, how it is to understand. Yeah.
It is
That's
very vast and very immense knowledge, and no
Yes.
question.
Yeah, I agree with this, to have a teaching for each concept will be enlightening.
Hello, everybody. Nice
Hi.
full knowledge.
Hello, Mernez.
Hello. I need to know what kind of words do you miss? What kind are they?
All
example.
one dictionary of the science of
Okay.
terminology, everything, like inertia, like dilution. When I asked today what is a definition of dilution, and not me, it's a Romanian community to which ask this, and they ask me to do it because anyway, I know how to make definitions.
Yeah, you just go to
But
normal
I
dictionary.
need your help.
Sure, anybody can help you, but
Yeah.
like dilution in plasma, maybe it's better, you know, when you read the book and find where it talks about dilution and find it in the context.
For example, how you will define dilution, Marinus?
Yeah, dilution. I mean, and if you go to dictionary, I think it means like plasma water, like diluted, mixed, not very heavy, not very concentrated, right? Plasma dilution, probably in the book. I don't know where it is, but when you find it in the book, it probably means the plasma reduced or not very heavy or not very dense.
Excuse
Things
me,
like that.
Excuse
Yes.
me, it's on page 154 of book number 1.
Yeah, it's written in the, you know, you read it and you find it out in the context.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's written by a non-English writer. So he uses the normal words and then you put it in the context. And little by little you get used to it.
So what I understood from Mr. Alex's teaching now is that when we dilute plasma, we can create by transmutation to another energetic level in principal matter or antimatter. And this is also synonym with a process of regeneration, because by dilution of plasma will regenerate the body from this principal matter. By transmutation, we do this. When we travel, for example, we transmute in principal matter, so from matter in fields, or we travel at the soul level in outer space, we come back regenerated because we are in contact with this principal matter. So we'll regenerate our body. this is my understanding. May I am correct, Mr. Alex?
You are absolutely correct.
And I could
Yes.
just add, Solamea, that
Yeah.
chapter 21 in book number 1 is called Plasma Dilution Technology. And there's a few pages right there. Plasma dilution technology is the new approach for the use of new gain knowledge for the creation and control of plasma and its submatters, mass constituents, matter mass, and their fundamental elementary particles.
We study first book in Romania and we are at the second book, but we just read it, not too much studying. And I said we need to study very how Mr. Alex do here in details and to understand something. So, and I didn't understand first time what is dilution when I study, but now I understood from Mr. Alex. Thank you very much. Lovely.
If I can add, my friend, this knowledge, first of all, it's new vocabularies, and then it's used in many, many, many different fields, from from usage at home up to space travel. You see, it's a very vast utilization of this knowledge. So you cannot, just by what we know in physical world, find a utilization of these practices. You understand? Because it can work the same way for a space travel. You understand?
Very good
Yes,
point.
yes, I understand, Marinus. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so don't worry if you don't understand it totally. It's a knowledge. He could not say it in other words, but don't forget it's very fast, very vast utilization of this knowledge for very normal habitual things, a spaceship and whatever. So don't worry if it comes gradually. It's my humble opinion.
And
Yeah.
Jefferson has put in the chat, I think Alex has just taught us in a very deep way how dilution works. Thank you, Jefferson.
That's why I am in love with Mr. Alex teaching, because here I get a lot of enlightenment and I come with pleasure, and not only from Mr. Alex, but from Mark and from Jalal and other knowledge seekers, Dean, and in Plasma Reactor from Rick, and of course from Mr. Kirsch, but I came late myself. I came when we start to study the soul. So I am sorry because I was not from the very beginning. But I start to teach. I jumped, and now I have 2 more lessons to finish plasma understanding, the first play. Yes. And it was very good for me, because when I teach, I understand better. And my Romanian community is also happy because I can make the transfer from Mr. Alex and from other knowledge seekers. All what I know, I transfer to them. Yes, please.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
You need to understand one thing. This knowledge beyond the understanding of the man. So even if you use the words which the man understands, it is beyond it. So for the meanwhile, you take these words to progress in understanding. In the time when really you drop these words, and you need to drop it in a way, not the count in the words exactly. You need to go beyond it. Because as you say always, this knowledge is beyond the understanding of the man. or even the imagination of the man. So do you have a words for you to understand the understanding beyond the man, the understanding of the man, or beyond the imagination of the man? Is there a words for it? So as I always say, don't stuck in whatever you know, because there is more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Yes.
Jalal. Maybe we will come again in our Friday meeting because we are waiting for you. We miss you. If you have time, of course.
Yeah, you forget to invite me, my dear.
Ah, but you are welcome always because you are Romanian now.
Thank you, my dear.
Yeah,
Thank you. I will be
much
next
love.
week.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Kesh has joined us. I thought he would be there sweeping and shoveling and rutting figuratively rutting ditches, so to speak. And then I just see a note here from Randy. Randy, would you want to share with everyone what you said? It said that the meetings were called off. That's good, so we can have more time to enlighten the souls that are there, or perhaps Mr. Kesh would like to say anything about this. It says, Randy, maybe you've read the article? I
Yeah,
see
I'll
there's
just
a
give you
link, just in general
yeah,
terms.
quick synopsis.
And again, many of these articles are written just the opposite of what's going on. So let's just take it perhaps with a grain of salt.
3 grains, then we'll be fine. The World Economic Forum has announced that its public open forum, set to take place in Davos in January next year, has been canceled due to death threats. The Union of Elite Globalists, under the leadership of Klaus Schwab, has caused such a wave of anger from populations worldwide that security measures of the other WEF events have also been increased, reports Swiss outlet. And the link is in the chat if anybody wants to read the whole thing, but that's just quite a synopsis. And like you said, Mark, maybe Mr. Kesh can enlighten us a little more of maybe our talk and the meditation the other day had an effect already.
Could be, very well. I'm sure it has. And maybe he's resting a little bit from sweeping and shoveling. He's handling the physicality part on this. And as we continue to remind everyone, our job is on the soul level for us to test and practice what we've learned in the last couple of years from the soul teaching. And you know, Salamia, Mr. Kesh said that knowledge seekers would come in that would already be past these teaching of Gans and the other things, and they'd go right into the soul level. So that is very good as well for you. Some of the new students would go right past some of the old teachings, and he even said that in the 408. We're moving past that in so many ways, but not completely, into this field interaction. I mean, we'd all like to go to Vienna and make signs and chants and other things, but that wouldn't do very much at all. We can work at a distance, as Mr. Kesh is doing, outside of these negotiations through his soul. And he's planting the seed of peace, and that's what we can also do.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much.
I think our soul has the whole complete knowledge already in itself if we can get to it. It's perfect instrument if we get to it.
Can I answer Daniela's question?
Of course.
I will give you a tip. If you listen to Mr. Kesh, go and work while you are listening. Work with everything you have, with your feet, with your hand. Don't let the physicality be attention to Mr. Kesh. Just listen and don't watch. Give the imagination to develop in what he's saying. And you know what? Live the moment as it is new, not comparing for what you have. Even if you have listened to it 2, 3, 4 times, every time think that it is a new thing, and it will be. And believe me, you will understand more than you think. But don't look at the physicality, because you done it once. Now you go above it. Try to work. Try, you know, as he said, go and wash dishes or cook, and you are listening and enjoy like a song, you know, and try to imagine what he's speaking and what he's, you know, like a story. Then you will understand it. You will live it, I think, and you will love it. Believe me, this is my experience with Mr. Cash. Thank you.
Yes,
oh, go ahead, Andreas.
I wanted also to say, like for me today, it was the first time of translating Alex directly. I have to be honest, I was afraid of it because Alexander uses different vocabularies, and yeah, it comes out of Canada. And I mean, he's not different totally, but he has other understanding. Or, and with Jalal, I translated him the last half year. And today it was not easy of technical problems, and suddenly the meeting was over and it was not so good. But yeah, as I tried today, at the beginning it was hard, but suddenly I started to understand Alexander, because I really pay my full attention to understand him. And this understanding suddenly is, I don't know if I can say it like that. I feel then Alexander, I feel how he means the things. And this understanding makes, yeah, it's beautiful. And it's the same with every teacher, or with maybe all communications what we have. As soon we understand something, we reach a level of a beauty. And yeah, I hope it was not the last time, Alexander, and I want to thank you for understanding and sharing with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas, for all your work you're doing in the background so the others could become more enlightened.
I saw that you had technical difficulties. I hope that I went slow enough.
You did.
If I went any slower, I'd be stopped.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I really.
They are diluting you.
I really thank the Spanish community, and now I thank you, Andreas, for you know, doing what you're doing. It's a tremendous feat. I guess Jalal is translating for the Swedish community. I'm not exactly sure. This is something going on there.
I am translating to the Arabic and the Swedish because I am alone. So I am translating to myself.
Yeah, you're doing a wonderful job. And I also want to make a special note to Myrna's for contributing her insight into understanding this particular discussion. The one thing I just want to bring up to everybody is I have purposely avoided talking about this because it's, you know, I'm a student and this is beyond me. However, the time has come that, you know, we really have to jump into this head first, whole body, soul, and understand this, how it's working, because we have reached an existential crisis, and enough's enough. We have to cross the bridge.
I have a question. you mentioned that the soul, when we go to sleep, and we've heard this taught as well, that the soul goes across the universe and interacts in different, perhaps dimensions and with other souls and so on. And I thought that was the way it was, but then I've heard, or I've been thinking, does the soul actually leave the body? Wouldn't that be like taking the battery out of the clock in a way, since the soul is the power source of this mechanism? Does it leave the body or does it expand its fields?
Yeah, terrific question. So it expands its fields, and in the process of expanding its fields, it leaves the body, but it is connected so that it can come back on short notice. What I tried to talk about in the last couple of weeks is the difference between the shallow state of sleep and the deep state. And we really, at this point in time, don't have the skill to remember our deep sleep dreams. We only remember our shallow state dreams. And so this has contributed to our understanding of what is the difference between Earth space and outer space. And so we have to understand it's the same thing. Outer space consists of a near space, which is called inner space, and an outer space, which is called deep space. So the soul of the man is a deep space traveler. The soul of the body is an inner space traveler. And so this is something that I'll be addressing in the advanced teachings, but you know, Mr. Kesh has mentioned this in the last 2-3 months, not directly, but this is what he's talking about. We are the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. So that is why, because we are the space travelers. So we just need to understand how we are doing this. And that, of course, is advanced knowledge.
Yes, because I would think there's a lot of processes going on in the body at night, the draining or the rebuilding. In the day, you lose some of your energies, perhaps from the environment, but at night, you're more absorbing these energies. So I would think the soul needs to be there to conduct some of these interactions.
It's the rate of change, Mark. So, you know, if you are healing faster than you're damaging yourself, then the overall process is healing. But if you're damaged from the environment, and then additionally, if you are a leaker, okay, so you are damaging yourself faster than you're healing. So this leads to the depletion of your vitality. So the vitality comes from the universe, because the universe is the benevolent giver.
Jalal, you have your mic open. Did you want to add something there? And then we'll go to John. I see John.
I'm sorry, it's open.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. I see John has just joined us, and Arizona has been mentioned quite prominently in a number of the teachings, especially with the flags. I always thought the flags were going to be left out of Arizona, as Mr. Kesh had said, that at that time that was probably correct. Now I see we have the flags coming together in a way, and it's peace who's going to win. None of the flags are going to win. I know that.
Hi, Mark. I'll just say that the flags are like a seed in the ground, where we're showing that there are people in the United States and around the world who don't buy into some of the rhetoric of, you know, this nation's bad or that nation's bad. There's people in every country that are good, and we recognize that, and we're proud to be a part of what's coming forward out of Iran. And you know, we wear that with the flags. Very shortly, we hope that with the negotiations coming this week here, that the leaders will see that the old paradigm no longer works, and that the grassroots movement is taking hold and will lead the way to the future.
And
That's
don't you think, John, that all this, the whole planet is going through was sort of, in a way, meant to bring us together in a way? It's not, as Mr. Kesh said, the corona is not all that bad.
It was more to wake us up, that,
Uh-huh.
you know, do we want to have the existing paradigm continue, or do we want to change it? And I think what we're finding is a lot of people saying we want to change it. We're no longer in agreement that we're willing to have other people take our freedom and dictate to us, you know, what's best for us, when they don't have our best interest at heart.
Didn't our own president say they're looking for new knowledges and new technologies? And here they
Yes,
are.
I heard that. Yeah. They're here, and it will be a game changer. And it'll come from the grassroots up, not from the top down.
Thank you, John. I know you're going to be part of a leading role in this, even at the university level and so on, with a wellness center and with teachings and with manufacturing, perhaps on a smaller way. I'm not exactly sure. I know the structure is set, but you're an integral part of it. And thank you for all your service to the community.
You know, the energies of everybody make a difference.
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite hear you.
The energies of everybody make a difference. And that's why, you know, that with this peace negotiations, or the 5+1 coming up, you know, when we provide our energies to that that group, it makes a big difference. It's like we till the soil before we plant the seed.
And wasn't it so interesting that we all have different field strengths that can add to the collective awareness or the enlightenment, that what you provide, I can't maybe provide, but what I provide, maybe you can't provide. And so that's why it's so important for all of us, I think, to participate. You may not realize you have a certain key that's needed there. And by your participation makes it, in other words, we used to say, if you don't help, we could lose. So we want everybody to be involved in this, I think. And again, it's a test and an exercise for us as well. I think we'll be using it more often than not in the coming weeks and months. Moving things with our soul and changing certain situations or certain conditions without having to physically go there and yell and scream and carry placards and march around, and that doesn't work. And he told us it doesn't work.
I agree with you, Mark. You know, I always used to, when I was getting ready for a big presentation at my business, I would always set the stage before the meeting by sending my energies of love and compassion into the room before the meeting started. And the result was that the meeting and the presentation tended to go smoothly. Again, it's tilling the soil before you plant the seeds.
Thank you for enlightening us, John.
Hello?
Go right ahead, Daniela.
About the last topic of soul traveling, and I feel like we are double beings. We have one life here and the other life when we sleep, and we live in another dimension, and we have experience there, and it's like we are double. What do you guys think about this? Can you guys say something?
I can say something. So you're correct, Danilo. Yeah, it is double. And that's actually one of the unique good characteristics, but it's also a problem. And the reason for that is because we have encouraged a disconnect. It was never intended to be a disconnect. This is a man-made construct. And it's a man-made construct that is violating universal principles. So when we say we are seeking the greater oneness, that in fact is the oneness of the soul of the man, and the oneness with the soul of the man with other souls of the man. And that is the oneness with the soul of the man and your own soul of the body. So the thing is that the essence of the plasma is a composite. So it begins with the antimatter, and the antimatter, being the strongest field, interacts with the dark matter and the mattergen. And so the plasma itself is not just one of. The plasma is a composite. So the soul itself is a composite, and the ability to split the soul up is really a way for us to transmutate through different dimensions. But it was never intended to separate us. So what we're seeing, the way that we can travel from Earth space to inner space to outer space, this is how the plasma works. And so we're using these vehicles to assist us in learning, because the overriding mentality here, or shall we say, the overall intention here is to prevent us from going into outer space, because this would be unlimiting the possibilities. And so that's what the majority wish. This is what the normal society wishes. So there are those who have put us in quarantine on this planet. And then there are those who put us in quarantine from the universal community. Not the same group of people. And the universe is normal. You can see that because of its vastness and our tiny little perfect world. And we are on this planet normal because there's over 7 billion of us who are wanting peace and harmony and vitality and heaven on earth. So to combine these two fields together is really, more importantly, to make the connection. It's the connection that has been failed. And the thing is that this is a man-made failure. However, it's not a point to point blame. It's a point to be aware and understand now that we have a new capability. We have always had this capability, but we now have an opportunity to manifest this in our physicality, because there's nothing wrong with physicality. It's just that we have to understand that the manifestation of physicality comes from the substructure of the plasma reality. You cannot have a physical reality without a plasma reality. So the plasma reality is the minimum field interaction, and it may or may not manifest itself into a physical reality. So the manifestation of the plasma reality depends on a magnetical gravitational field interaction. Interaction with what? So the soul of the body interacts with the soul of the man, and there's a magnetical gravitational interaction there. That's two fields. All right, you have a point of reference. You have a here and you have a there. Well, you know what? There's an in-between. Okay, so we are in between with respect to our physical reality here, and we have a purpose. So this is part of our journey, is to learn our purpose and just rest assured. First of all, the universe is a benevolent place, so there's nothing to fear. And we have a purpose, so know that. So this eliminates depression right off the bat. So manifest this from a point of strength, not a point of weakness. Because this planet is weak in its existence as it is now. So give. We are stronger, give. That's why we're here. And the feedback will go to the universal community, because they have the same problem. So we are the universal functionaries to achieve that. Thank you, Dylan.
Let me throw out,
Go ahead.
let me throw out this idea, if you will. He talks about, you know, another aspect of our soul. Perhaps if you think about it, there are multiple aspects of our soul that are available to us, and the more that we can connect to them, the more we can find out about ourselves. So there's been talk about 13 aspects of ourselves that we pulled together to make us whole. So it's food for thought. You know, I think when we get into creation of new pieces of technology, what we're doing is we're putting an aspect of our soul into these devices. And does that aspect of our soul now become another piece of us that we can connect with at any point in time? So I think there's more to think about in this big picture than just maybe, you know, you and your twin soul, or you and your, you know, higher self. I think there's maybe more to life than maybe we fully realize.
And I think Dan wanted to add something to the knowledge. I'm just walking right now, but Mr. Kesh also gave a drawing of these thinner beings in the brain and so on as well. We know this double hemispheric brain. When he said this is not exclusive to man, but it is unique in the universe, I thought, wow, how special we are that we're one of the only with a double hemispheric brain. But Apparently that's going to be made into one, as my initial understanding of that teaching was, that we're going to operate with a one-part brain, and perhaps in the future as we grow and the fields in the universe change and we grow into different emotions, let's say. But Dan, would you like to? Dan says, Alex, if you will allow me, in relation to deep sleep, I could present measurements of my personal sleep. Of course, if there is time and place. Dan, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm waiting the confirmation.
You got it. Alex, I don't think Alex is opposed at all.
Confirmed. Go for it, Dan.
Thank you. Because I thinking don't be selfish myself. I achieve this measurement when you're saying about deep sleep, and I present only few graphics for seeing how it's measured. This I take the screen. Okay.
We see your screen.
You continue to talk, and I put the red, it's easy sleep. The pink, it's REM sleep, and deep sleep, it's with the purple by wire in the bottom. And it's hour and minute here. Let me annotate. It indicates the minute and the hour in the night. And only let's say to the picture when and yellow it's when it's awake. Continue to talk, I mute, and I let to see the cycle of different state of sleep.
I don't think either one of the souls sleep, do they, Dan? It's just the physicality itself that rests. Both are aware of each other, and both are, I think, awake most of the time. Or one half of the brain is resting and the other half is aware of what's going on, perhaps.
All the time the brain is awake. It never sleep. It's only the manifestation. Let's say this is the measurement, electrical measurement, or I don't know how to interpret in the physical matter, but it's for seeing, for knowing how it's interpreting when you have a EEG or no, proportional to the time of sleeping.
And is it true, Dan, that when we go into space, there's so much energy that sleep basically won't be required?
You know, sometimes you sleep half an hour and you are rest. Another time you sleep half a day and you are tired. Depending how you perceive this relaxing state of dreaming. Sometimes I sleep during the day in the automatic pilot, let's say. I work, but in the same time, one part of me, my soul, it's in another place, another time. You see here, for example, it's
I feel, sorry.
yes, Benito.
I feel that the dream world is like your personal world, and because I can fly in my dreams, but only I can fly. And the other day I was teaching a couple how to fly. It's like something personal, you know. I really don't understand. I just want to add this.
You see, sometimes I have a proportional between deep sleep and REM sleep with waking times. It's only for showing. I don't know, perhaps somebody else understand more.
How
May I
did
make a comment?
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
No, I mute myself. Perhaps it's better. Please, Alex.
Well, this is terrific because you're actually showing 3 different energy states.
4.
And so my comment was that the near state, the shallow dream, I mean, the shallow sleep state is our dream state. And so this is corroborated by what Danilo just said. Then his dream is his own personal dream. And this is what I said when I was discussing dream state. Your dream is your state. So that's why if you go to a fortune teller, you're trying to ask about, you're trying to ask someone else about the state of the universe when you were actually shown the state of the universe in your dream. So that is your dream. It's no one else's dream. But when we get into the deep state, this is when the souls interact. And I'm going to say that at this point in time, and I'm speaking for me personally, I don't believe that I am capable of remembering those dreams in the physicality, as in the physical memory that I have. But there's no doubt in my mind that is impacting my life because I see the changes. So we have to trust. We have to trust in the universe that it can provide. So you're just showing the vehicle and saying, well, so each state has a neighbor state, and the in-between is the transition state. So that's your 3. You have a here and a there and an in-between. And then you go to the next state, you have a here and a there and an in-between. And the here and the there are the magnetical gravitational relationships. So if you're going into a higher energy state, so you're going into magnetical, and if you're coming into a lower energy state, then you're going into the gravitational. So that is by definition, the gravitational definition is going into a lower state, and the physicality is the lowest state. And that is why it is requiring energy supplementation. However, it's the way we supplement our energy that is now coming into question. And with the plasma science, we now have the answer for that. So now it's a matter for us to practice. Thank you both.
Can I give you some more food for thought? Is it possible that we can set the stage for what it is that we dream at nighttime? and thus what it is that we create when we're asleep. It's my thought that we can. So a lot of times what I will do is I will, before I go to sleep, is I will set the stage for what it is that I wish to create during my sleeping time. I don't always remember what it is that I'm doing, but by setting that intention before I go to sleep, it's my thinking that that's what it is that I'm creating while I'm sleeping in this dream time.
So may I answer that?
Of course, this is an open discussion.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. In my opinion, you're 100% correct. But that is the feedback loop. So there is a loop. There's a feeding and there's a feedback. So the feedback is the environment. So you are looking at what you have succeeded with physically, and you're seeing what you need. And so that is your feedback. And so what you're doing is absolutely excellent. We don't do that enough as a human species. And the other thing is our interaction with respect to that is on a small scheme. It's looking at, you know, when you say our, what's going on? Let me try this again, sorry. So when we're looking at our small scheme, we're looking at it from a personal basis. The soul looks at it from the universal basis. So that's why, you know, we're dealing with a nearness. So our inner space, our shallow dream state, is where we can accomplish this, and we make the preparations for the next stage. And that is our wish. But our intent going to our core, which is our soul, that is in line with the creator. And really, if you are looking at history and saying, well, we have a meeting on Sunday, November the 28th. What is the meaning of that in history? When you look at some elements in our history are like the pyramids, are looking at not November 28th, but they're looking at intervals of 2,160 years. So clearly, our immediate concern is this 24-hour period. Whereas when we look at the universe, it is astrological. We have, you know, sure, we have 12 elements of the zodiac, and one got kicked out, right? So the thing is that when you add all these things together, 2,160 times 13, and so you find that this time frame has a bigger scheme, and we don't have the desire or the capability within our 24-hour period to decipher that. So we're working on a nearness, but there is a farness, and there's nothing wrong with that, because that is the overall plan of which we are part of. And this comes from the plasma dilution technology. It's understanding how this energy is transmutated from that extremely high energy state to our extremely low energy state. So yeah, I totally agree with you, John.
John, you know what I thought about when you said that was I asked Mr. Kesh a question several weeks ago about, I didn't understand what we're doing when we're using the wires to create our reactors, because the wires are a matter state and the energies are in a plasmatic state. And he showed me the obvious, that the wires are, I mean, they're physical, but physicality is just a state of matter. But then he said, I mean, of plasma, the lowest state of plasma. but then he said, what we're doing is we're showing the plasma a direction by using the matter state. And when you said we use our intention to set our dream state, it just seemed to correspond to me.
Well said, Ed. Well said.
And at one point, I heard that our soul of physicality is going to ride the soul of the man right across the universe. I would always think it would be the opposite. The more knowledgeable one would be taking the hand of the less knowledgeable one. But it looks like this soul of physicality has an important role to play in where you want to go and what you want to do around the universe. But I would think it would be just the opposite. I know we're supposed to embrace the two souls, not so much put one in the knapsack or in your pocket or something, but it just seems opposite of what the all-powerful one should be leading the less powerful one, but it looks like it's going to be just the opposite, where your soul of physicality is going to dictate to the soul of the man where you want to go and what you want to see and explore in the universe. Anyone else would like to come in here and voice an opinion, a disagreement, an objection? Selena?
Yeah, I have a question for the Alex. We say always teenager sleep deep sleep. What is the reason for that? Very deep.
I'm sorry, there was a audio problem. Can you repeat, please?
Like we have children, right? The teenager one, they sleep a lot and then very deep. Why?
Oh, they are growing. Healing and growing are the same thing, and they consume an enormous amount of energy, which is really not being provided on this planet. So, you know, before we were born, we were of a certain energy state, and then we come to this planet, which is a low energy state. So you see that, you know, babies have to sleep an enormous amount, and adults are happy for it.
I remember when I was teenager, I used to sleep, and then if somebody try to wake me up, I used to feel I am between dead and sleep, not sleep and woke. I'm between dead and sleep. My soul, wherever, I don't know where was my soul, but when I come back, it was the very, very tiring and exhausting. I can walk right away. I took some time to wake up. And I saw those kinds of stuff this day. The same thing is happening to the teenager. Yeah, where was my soul that time?
You're talking about a disruption now. So, you know, it's like Dan said, you know, you go to sleep and maybe for a few minutes and then you come back and you're refreshed. It is because the decision to go to sleep and to come back is mission accomplished. But, you know, what you're talking about is mission interrupted. And we're having way too much of that on this planet. We don't have respect. We don't have respect for a sleep state. There are many, many people who feel that sleeping is a waste of time and is a loss of our, you know, awakened state. But, you know, with the plasma science, the way it's been taught, this is patently incorrect. So we are always how shall we say it, we're always alive, is the soul is eternal. And because the universe is eternal and the creator has made it so. So it's our little tiny perfect world here that is having some problems, but it is not localized here only. It is affecting the near space environment. And we are now getting help. We are getting help from others who don't have the capability of manifesting into the physicality as well. So Mr. Cash has referred to that many, many times, and so has John and John Blevins. So this is the future, and I think it's a wonderful prospect. And you know, if I have a choice of which prospect I'm going to look forward to, that is the future that I'm going to look forward to. So hence, we're talking about the plasma dilution because that's where the future is.
Yeah, thank you. My sleeping pattern right now is totally different. Now is I can go different places and totally different than before. Yeah.
The one thing I would like to add though is that don't go with fear. And I know you don't. I know you're doing a wonderful job. So you have cultivated a skill that probably most of us haven't yet in terms of our awareness. So you're more advanced in that regard, and I compliment you for that. Go with confidence and understand that you will always be safe because your soul will always protect you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anyone else? Could we hear from someone we haven't heard from so far? And I'm not referring to Mr. Kesh, but one of the other knowledge seekers that are here.
Mark, look at the lineup here. It's all foreigners. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you for making this such a wonderful event. And I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to present here. The North American Corona International Team Meeting. Let's pray for peace, everyone. Peace all around the world. Peace all around. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone who'd like to add anything else or share some knowledge, perhaps? I was always amazed by my sister who was injured by a, let's say, a serum when she was in first grade, and now she's in her late 50s and has the brain of about a 2-year-old. But I was always amazed the amount of sleep she likes, or rest. She'd always want to be on the couch with the blanket over her head. And now I couldn't understand why, but now I think I'm understanding why, because maybe the soul is traveling, or even though her physicality, she has good motor skills, but again, the mind is very young, let's say. And now that I'm thinking about it and have been thinking about it, perhaps her soul is traveling around and interacting in that dimension, since she really can't do it in the physicality. And I'm hoping, John, that one day we could get the vision and brain enhancement system for my sister to possibly use. in some shape or form, because that was my mother's wish for many years, that we could find a way to, and we did many things, patterning with the Domen Delicato method, what's called patterning, where we had people in our home 7 days a week, 12, 10 hours a day. And we brought missionaries from Africa to pray and cast out demons and so on. But I think this technology with the brain and vision enhancement, and we saw what was done with Naomi and so on, that the brain, or the parts of the brain, like I said, the motor skills are excellent. But if she's not under supervision, she'll just run out into the street, most likely. And this whole idea of sleep now, I'm thinking she's interacting on the soul or the plasma level, perhaps, where she can't really do it in the physicality. Even though, she, like I said, she has good motor skills, can walk well and even run or swing on a swing. But the neurological is only about the age of a 2 or 3-year-old. And so that makes me very skeptical about what's going on now as well. And we've seen this, but I'm hoping somehow, in some way, even though she's under a state care, because we couldn't afford to have nurses and all that day and night, we'll be able to somehow take advantage of this brain emotional vision enhancement system. And I think that will come to pass as well.
I'm very anxious to, once we receive the units, to be able to make a difference, to be able to start to make a difference in people's lives. We have to go through the cycle of understanding the new tools that are available to us. And once we're able to do that and show some, significant results, it'll get the attention of the world.
No question.
Which will mean more than the money and the dollars and cents, because you're now changing the dynamics of the communities in which these people are going back into. They're different people.
Right, and especially this idea of restoring the dignity to the man, as we saw in China, as we've seen in the orphanages. And perhaps we need more reports on what happened in the prison, per se, that maybe some of the dignity of the officers has been returned, and some of the dignity of the ones that are captured, in a way, or inmates, what they call, in these correctional facilities, can also be, we know they will be dramatically changed, and their dignity will be brought back to them. And this is priceless.
Some of the changes are subtle, so you may not get somebody coming out and saying, oh, my whole life's been changed, but yet their whole life has been changed. They don't even realize what has happened to them. And this is kind of the way the universe works. What he talked about, the soul of Mitra, and how it's like one light lightens up the next light, and that lights up the next light. It's like that, and sometimes you don't even know that you're doing it, just through your presence. So the people coming out of these units, have the potential to become those light bulbs.
Yes, and I have the vision glasses, and I just received the butterfly, and I think there's small changes going on in the background, maybe that I'm not totally aware of. I mean, I didn't float up to the ceiling or do any of these strange, not strange, but out of the norm things. But to me, and what I'm sensing, is there's small changes going on within me, in a way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's kind of how the GANs works. Sometimes some people, have a significant reaction. Sometimes another person has a subtle reaction. It's not that that subtle reaction isn't there. It's that they were maybe looking for something bigger than what happened. You know, and same thing with the glasses. Maybe the expectation was is that you were gonna, see visions at night or whatever, and because you didn't get those, you think it didn't work, but in fact, maybe it did work.
Oh, yes, there's definitely subtle changes taking place, I would say. Again, on a plasmatic level, not so much in the physicality that I'm seeing change yet. But yes, this knowledge is so vast and so immense. As you said, John, even with referring to the soul, there could be so much. And again, we've just started to teach in the last couple of years about the soul, and especially look at the universe as well. How many dimensions and how many understandings and knowledges are out there for us to absorb. It's just immense. But we're growing, we're all growing little by little, and we will learn to use these systems that we have within us. I think our system is much more complex than even we're even aware of in its relation to ourselves and in relation to the universe at large. It's just vast and immense. Okay.
Good evening, Monk.
Yes, good evening.
Can you hear me?
Clearly.
God bless. Just wanted to have a very big thank to Alex. As always, he delivers beautiful teaching. And may God bless him and give him a lot more insight as he's really enlightened. And hopefully we'll catch up somehow, somewhere, sooner than ever. I just wanted to say something about the vision, the glass, the goggles. I've been using it since July. I use it every night religiously. Perhaps once or twice I haven't used it. I use it to sleep with. So it's minimum 6 to 7 hours. You could say on average, I use it on my eyes while I'm sleeping. One thing I've definitely found out that 95% of my dreams, I haven't got a clue what it is. I am in such a deep sleep. I've never experienced it. So it doesn't matter whether it was one night or since July, every night is the same. I sleep so deep and I hardly remember my dreams. Sometimes some of the dreams I remember, they're extremely weird dreams that it is like, it's a bit shocking, like, I would have never dreamed things like that before, but I've had a few dreams that I remember, but they were really, really shocking dreams. But yes, definitely a deep, perhaps as it's been discussed, most probably the soul travels way out into space where I don't even know where my soul goes. This is definitely an experience that I've had, sort of what I share.
Yes, here's Andreas again. I have also the visual enhancement unit, and especially on naps at the noon, it's crazy how there come 20 dreams together with different people out of different times of my life, for example, or also dreams which make absolutely no sense. It's totally different. And what I thought before, I gained definitely more trust in life. But I can also see myself that a lot of time I have not that trust. And this, to realize that, helped me to check myself. Now I'm in a situation where I have not the trust that the soul is bearing all things already, and I can faster get to the point where I trust again, and where life gets easy, where these emotions and this not trusting is not here. Yeah, and also interactions with other people. I mean, there are always tasks, or I had a few tasks. I don't know, challenges with two different people, but general the interactions with other people are much more easier. There is no emotional, it just happens, and easy and in peace. And the more this trust is here, the easier happens everything from on. As like it would clean the soul from the physicality or the emotions between. Everything gets cleaner in a way. It's not more than that, but on the other side, it's a lot hard to describe, but it's definitely doing a visual enhancement unit.
Yes, these systems are allowing us to find out more about ourselves and our capabilities in so many things. And we thank the Keshe Foundation for that. No one is actually, the system is actually not the Keshe system, but the system we all live in has set out to prevent us from finding out about our soul and some of our capabilities. And so this is a huge, huge breakthrough for mankind, because we've sort of been kept in the dark about ourselves and, like I said, our immense capabilities. And we're just starting to learn through some of these systems of what we were capable of achieving. So we thank the Keshe Foundation. It's never been delivered like this before, or even to talk like this before. Even people are so uncomfortable about the soul. I used to be, in a way, and now I'm much more comfortable about just saying the word soul. It doesn't have that, you know, like you don't know anything about it or this or that. Now we're much surer in a small way about our souls, and that it does exist, and some of its capabilities, it's beautiful. No one's ever taught us this before in the universe, or at least on this planet. They've tried, they've sent prophets, but now this is a beautiful compilation of putting the whole totality together. And of course, I'm going to play tomorrow's future, which again, we're going to be receiving a beautiful gifts from the Creator. Not that we wait, we have to elevate our own or enlighten ourselves, but this idea of unifying the totality across the universe is just so phenomenal, and that we could be able to move from the dimension of the Creator to the dimension of Mitra in the physicality. I mean, who could have imagined these sort of systems? And again, most of the world has no clue of what's going on. They're in a different field, let's say, and I think it's part of our job to bring them out of that field of entanglement and ensnarement, which this is what the physicality, the life here seems to do, and trap us all into going down different routes and different streets, and they're all dead ends, but we don't know that till we get there. But now we're really being enlightened in a way, or just starting to be, let's say. And this change in the dimension, which has taken so long, and there was a reason for it, but we haven't found out the actual reason for this.
Let me say one thing about the glasses and the eye units. These are consciousness energy fields, and we have the ability to interact with these consciousness energy fields. So if our interactions are such that we wish to achieve something, then it will work to help us achieve that. If our interactions are empty and without inspiration or intent, they will do what it is we desire, which is nothing. So it's an interaction that takes place. If your soul is not ready for things to change, or that your life path is such that you're asking for things that the soul doesn't wish you to achieve, you won't achieve it. So if your plan is, that your life is not going to be, to live to 100, you won't live to be 100, no matter what you wish for, because there's a soul plan, and there's these consciousness energy fields that you'll interact with. You have the ability to move the conscious energy fields to support you in ways that you've never been able to achieve before. So with the eye units, when people go into them, there'll be some people that will show dramatic results and others that will get nothing out of them. It's because there's nothing being put in, nothing out. So that's kind of the way, and same thing with the eyeglasses and the GANS material. They're all consciousness energy fields, and we have to interact with them. That's why Mr. Kesh always talks about, sending love and the love energies into everything that you create. You're seeding them with those positive energy fields.
Thank you, John. Is there anyone else? I see a few people have joined us. Again, I'll ask, is there anyone here for the first time who'd like to tell us who they are, where they're from, and perhaps how you found this meeting today? As we heard from the gentleman in Australia, he's been a knowledge seeker for 15 years. That's the first time I've heard of him, but he is interacting there. But again, there's many knowledge seekers, I think, that are going to be coming more public, let's say, in the coming weeks and months. And we'll see many of these knowledge seekers sharing with us. Okay, I know it's approaching midnight in Europe. Is there, again, anyone who'd like to introduce themselves to us or share any other knowledges, or perhaps ask a question that you've been holding and you wanted to get an answer, or maybe an approximate answer of what you're looking for?
Jason in Canada here. I don't know about anyone else, but I would love to hear from Mr. Kesh what's going on in Austria. It's been a good afternoon. Thank you, and everyone have a good night and take care.
Good evening. So I know you all have been pushing it, but at the moment, we have from now on to stay totally silent because of negotiation, very sensitive. The Iranian delegation has just arrived today in Vienna, and the meetings are going on in the background, and no more time that now we need the support we ask for the Universal Council support and the knowledge seekers. We are at the front line of it, and we see a lot of problems, but at this moment of time, we stay very quiet in the background and watch the delegation of 45 members of Iranian government and officials from Iranian nuclear industry are arrived in Vienna, headed by His Excellency and supported by His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. We have to stay very calm and collective that we see this through. The preliminary negotiation starts tomorrow, even though some meeting took place today as is in public domain. And we stay still on the advisory board, and we keep very much out of the way till the point of request by the Iranian government, the Keshe Foundation can be brought forward. The whole structure is very sensitive. We hope both sides, the Iranian Americans, come to understand is their nation's wealth and their nation's population which are to be benefited by this. And in so many ways, tomorrow will start, and as usual, we know what it'll be, the outset, and we'll see the actual outcome of what it starts after a week, because the Iranian government's structure is very solid till the sanctions are not withdrawn, or the ones which is put in by the last administration. We're going back to 2015 negotiations. Iran is now prepared to step back. And this is a big problem. And Keshe Foundation has put a proposal forward in writing to His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran on Friday in a 64-page document, and is carried by the chief negotiator into Vienna. We have to see if and how and when this will come into play. We stay very open, and the Keshe Foundation stays very quiet, as we have made to clarify a lot of things, because this way we can all step down and talk sense. On the other hand, nothing will be discussed, and we won't disclose anything till what we see is a proper way to negotiate. At the moment, negotiation is not correct and will not be correct when one party is standing in the background and not prepared to negotiate directly from line. And as I said, Universal Council members and knowledge seekers, we request your, what I call, attention and soul to the team of negotiators on all sides to become what I call enlightened, to see they're not there for personal or national reason, they're there for citizens. And this is more important than anything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Can you offer any insight on what's happening with the passports in Austria?
What do you mean passports?
There were large protests. There's lockdowns.
We are not involved in that. The situation is very critical in Austria. The number of the infected are increasing. In reality, we do not know the figures. Nobody knows the figures. Government controls everything, and everything as before. We are on the lockdown till 10th of December, maximum has been said. And then on the first week or 1st of February, the vaccination becomes compulsory, but there are boundaries, national, what do you call it, legislations which cannot allow the government to go for it. And there are talks of all sorts, but everything changes the last minute. But at the moment, we are in a national lockdown, but companies, factories operate. We we carry documents to show that we are going to work or coming from work or between work, and all the stores which are to do with the food, groceries and supermarkets are open as normal. And the only thing is you have to wear masks. And hotels and even restaurants at the moment are totally closed, and they serve what they call home deliveries. There's no restaurant open, but the point at the moment is the numbers are increasing on a daily basis. The death rate is increasing. But again, there's a very big question mark that the reason we got this 20 days of isolation is because most of the infections came through the people who were vaccinated. And most of the people who are reported dead are those who had double vaccination. 40% plus, and that's what it says. But more or less, government said even those who are vaccinated have to wear masks, and we are on a condition that even those who are vaccinated have to have a PCR test if they are going in. So all staff of the Keshe Foundation every Monday and every Wednesday get tested for a PCR, and with masks we operate as normal in the operation of our places. It took us 2 or 3 weeks to get everybody in line, but now we're back in line. As well, as long as we do the PCR twice a week for the time being, our production, we had 2 weeks of a bit of shaky start till we could get people back in everywhere. But that's where we are at the moment. And it's the same with every manufacturing production. But there is a big question mark which is not legally recognized by the governments in Europe, which is the only way, and actually the only way, which confirms 100% if somebody has enough immune system to fight the disease, which is antibody counts are rejected to be accepted by the government. And this is a very, very, what do you call it, important for, will come in the future. Why the only solid scientific way to confirm that we have enough antibody to fight the disease is not getting accepted, unless there is another, what they call, hidden agenda in the whole structure. And this is one of the biggest questions at the moment, which is the only scientific blood count which proves that someone has antibody, which means they've been through the, what we call corona, or they have received the injection that is built up their corona antibody, or they have a natural antibody to any system, is refused. And this is one of the biggest questions will come very soon up around the world, that actually to us scientifically, the only thing which should be accepted is the antibody count, not the PCR. And we, all our staff more or less, except 1 or 2, have tested for antibody. We know who's weak, we know who's had a strength, and who can stand, what do you call it? It has enough counts to stand the disease. But this is something most probably in next few months should be addressed, but they don't want to address it, but this way they cannot, what do you call it? They cannot play with figures, because there is no correct thing except the antibody counts, which tells you who is immune, who's not immune, and what is the level of immunity, and who needs vaccination. We don't, all of us don't test, we know more or less who we are, what we are, but vaccination is not. And now we're seeing it, a new version from Africa. What that's going to throw into the pot is another direction. The only solution we see, not because we are a Keshe Foundation, is a universal system that as the virus changes, we can't keep on changing vaccination, and even the old vaccination people had cannot stand the new one. This new one just overrides it. It is for a full definition of what a virus is and understanding it to solve it the way the Keshe Foundation is done. Sooner or later, maybe in 2 years, 10 years, it will turn that way. But at the moment, it's a field day for poor presidents to make $30 per injection. But Austria is under this manner. Holland and a few other countries in Europe are going for this vaccination, but vaccination is creating more people who are vaccinated, thinking are vaccinated, getting infected and carried everywhere. The PCR has to be compulsory for all, irrespective of vaccinated or not. Then we'll see what comes up. Riots are everywhere. It's not just Austria, in Holland, in other cities, in other countries, everybody's rioting not to have the injections, but there are a number of points which is very questionable, is why the politicians do not need to be vaccinated. So if the ministers, cabinet ministers, presidents don't get it, does it come with the title of the office? So everybody writes a president and they don't get it. Mayors are excluded, members of the parliament are excluded, a civil servant, high-ranking civil servant excluded from vaccination. So if they don't get it, what is it? Is the office which has got, or a title which keeps you away? Up to now was borders, now the titles apparently has some effect on who gets it or doesn't get it. We have a long, long story to go with this. You have to understand, Rothschilds have written for 20 years all the government losses. Any pension they have to pay, any death penalties they have to pay, Rothschilds have guaranteed they pay to all the governments. And after 20 years, all the governments have to pay all this money is back. The 1930s, 40s was a gun policy, now is an injection policy. But at the end, it's the same way. Nothing has changed. But last time they got the Europeans, this time they got the whole world. All these debts has to be paid back by our children and grandchildren. You got to remember one thing. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of England during his administration, has snatched away 18 billion euro as commission and bribes. Now you can understand how much is stolen by our leaders in commissions in their jobs. We have a president of a Middle Eastern country. In his time of presidency, he has stolen over 180 billion. $80 billion of it are in German mark sitting in containers in China. $30 billion of it started the cycle of Dubai becoming the center as it is. Anyway, we'll see how it comes up, but we're all in it in Europe, slowly one by one. Rothschild through Vatican is pushing it and they'll get it. The only thing is you move to the country which is not compulsory, but they're making it everywhere. The only place is let's build the spaceships and we go 80 kilometers above, there are no laws. There's no nation, because once you get there, the earth will taste you because there's not all the nations.
There's a lot of focus recently in the mainstream media about spaceships and all the speculation that comes with that. Are they trying to preempt us?
I noticed that the Indian Bar Association is reporting that murder charges have been filed in India's High Court against 2 billionaires responsible for the AstraZeneca's COVID-19. One of them we know, I think Mr. Kesh has negotiated, and this was for the murder of a 23-year-old who was injected with the shot. One is Adar Poonawalla, and the other is Bill Gates. So India is just not laying down on this. Again, they may be able to make this go away or perhaps beat the charges, but the 23-year-old is obviously not the only one. I'm looking here at Dr. Shanhal Awat was also deceased because of this. So the Bar Association in India is not taking this laying down, let's say. Perhaps India will become a safe haven. I know they've used the other product that's a Nobel Prize winning product, and basically in one of the largest states, or the largest state in India, has totally wiped out any of the problem that they were having within a very short period of time.
Space is the place.
Yes, a distinct possibility. It's already been conveyed to us. I guess we'll let the planet struggle in the physicality until they're ready, realizing the solution is 80 kilometers away or above the planet.
The solution lies within us all. There's nowhere to go. You cannot escape anything.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cash, for giving us an update. And I know you had said that we had about 3 days to enlighten the negotiators. I was thinking we obviously want to continue this for a period of time. We're not going to throw in the towel yet. I know that you said the negotiations, we wanted them concluded by sometime in December, but officially they conclude sometime near the end of March. So I think we will continue our soul enlightenment of the others, that they can see the benefit, and we'll have a beautiful resolution come out of these negotiations. Okay, very well. Anyone else want to add anything else or ask a question, perhaps? Not so much about the negotiations, as Mr. Kesh said, he wants to remain sort of quiet about this right now. It's a very delicate situation. But is there anything else anyone else would like to add? It's after midnight in Europe. Not that that's a
There is a question
limiting
in the
factor.
chat, Mark.
Okay. Let's see, we are present. Oh, I have a question regarding the projects. Where can we find information about the bases to participate? Thank you all very much. Where can, Alenka also says, where can we, the first one was from Liliana, and the second one, Alenka, where can we find the requirements for the projects that can be submitted for research to the Cash Foundation? Perhaps someone would.
Yes, we will set out. We have brought in a consultancy group, which will set this out by January, and we'll take it up from there on. The committee will be set up to decide, and all the things will be announced, as we said, from January. At the moment, everything is getting set up for this, and it has to be at least a research of 3 people in a group, not single person. It's not a PhD that you do it on your own. It's a collective work, and
No es un PhD que lo tenemos que hacer con nosotros mismos, sino que de 3.
Alenka, te estás escuchando.
Somebody is open
Okay,
microphone.
I just closed it. We need to, everyone keep your mics closed, please. Thank you, out of respect for the others.
So we just got to work on your program till January. 300 projects will be offered in 2022. 500 projects will be accepted in 2023. And for 24-25, we accept 1,000 projects. You can come up. Don't forget, we'll have a number of universities around the world going for this. We will set up in 3 years, 2 or 3 years, hopefully, and a second university in Arizona and in China and in Tehran. It's all in the pipeline. It takes us 6 to 8 months to get everything 100% on. We want to start with Austria, that we learn all the what you call the work of it, and then open 4 further universities or institutes around the world. Tehran, Arizona, Beijing are guaranteed. We are looking this time into Africa, and this is how we have to come to an agreement somewhere to do it, and 1 in South America. We look to complete this 5, but and each one will be financed the same way. 500 million euro has been allocated for the Austrian Institute, and we go through that one. It's the ones who become to do PhD will go through a fee acceptance and then a grant, if the grant is available. Those who can pay the fee will pay the fee. Those who come into the grant to get paid, or as a education's, what we call grant, will be done the same. But a lot of researchers will come through companies and organizations, and that's why we've done it this way. We just got to wait till everything is completed in the next week to 2 weeks, and then we have the Christmas, and then the what we call the consultancy group in UK will structure us how they do it. We relied on a lot of knowledge seekers to help do things, and we found they come with a goodwill, but they don't have the expertise. So one of the reasons you see we are rapidly moving is because Cash Foundation has brought in outside consultancy groups. They set up the procedure, they set up everything, and we follow. You will see this in our commercialization. You've seen it in the past weeks in other parts of the Cash Foundation. And we bring consultancy in each nation, which it is, but A lot of things now is done by the Keshe Foundation by experts. We bring in experts who know what it is. We pay for it and we get the services, we get the guarantees that what we ask for, we get. Just bear with us. The same is with the CO2 in 5 cities. It'll come up hopefully in the 2nd or 3rd week of January, and the first phase of the first 100 enhancement centers, 22-23, will come on operation by February, and the same with 30 water centers will come by that time. And we'll see step by step. Step by step we need to do, and it'll be done this way. But the researchers, you have to be 3 people in the research group minimum. And you come in, we accept your projects, or you will come from the institutes, and the institutions pay 20,000 per student per year to the university to carry out the research. And this is a normal way done for what we set out to do. Just bear with us for another 4 or 5 weeks, because we're going through Christmas, and then by then, hopefully the consultants group has set everything up the way we want it. We are research structuring as an institute, not first degree and coming together degree. You go directly only research institute, nothing else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
It sounds like we're playing almost 2 hands of cards here in a way, or plan A and plan B. I can't see us going, or the foundation starting to build and contract and do all these things only to pack it up and leave, or is this sort of an alternative to the world leaders saying it'll happen anyway, but we may have to delay it a few months? I just can't see this not going forward and leaving the planet. Will activity still continue if we leave the planet? It seems like there's a 2-track or potential 2-track policy.
We can't take the whole 7 billion, 8 billion. People need things to do. The space technology will take with no governments. It's going to become collective understanding. There's no 2-track, it's a 1-track. And it's just getting everybody ready to go. At the same time, governments and other positions will come into it. It's a very straightforward. We are still working on the 6th of June. And part of the 6th of June is the Vienna talks coming, what we call negotiation. And then it's no borders, no, what you call restriction on what we do above in the space, and on Earth, whoever it stays follows the procedure as it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else before we close? It's getting late. Jalal will be teaching a class at 10 a.m. CET time for those who are private students. We invite you all to join. And of course, we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday, the Reactor Group on Wednesday, and the Knowledge Seekers Workshop again on Thursday. So we're inviting you all to attend, to be part of, and to enjoy the knowledge and the teaching of Mr. Keshe and the various groups, and supporting the Universal Council and so on, and showing your work in the Reactor Group if you have some you'd like to show the others. So all these are available to everyone. All three of those meetings are public meetings, so you don't need any credentials or any sort of fees to come into these meetings. And you're all invited to share and to be part of. I want to thank Alex again and everyone else who participated in the meeting. But we don't necessarily have to end it here, but we do want to respect the time of the others. If someone would like to add something or perhaps pose another question, please feel free.
By the way, Mark, there is a public teaching nearly every day from Monday to Friday.
You mean in the various language communities?
Yeah.
Yes. Mhm. And is there a specific place? I know it was mentioned on the social medias that people could find these room numbers and so on and so forth. If they're not, let's say, a official member of the Keshe Foundation, where would they find some of these locations and room numbers? I know it goes from Iran to Vietnam to Brazil, Mexico, Germany, Romania.
If they join the Telegram, Mark, they will find everyday teaching there.
Very well.
Can we talk about the?
Sorry, the Spanish group, they do not sleep 24 hours. They are teaching. Go ahead, please, Jason.
Thank you, Jalal. I wanted to talk about vaccination. Actually, I don't want to talk. It's just a rhetorical question, I think. Vaccinations, is there a lesser of the evils available? If I'm being put into a corner and I'm being told to continue with your life, you must have one of these 3 vaccines.
Excuse me, my dear.
Please.
Should we talk about this subject
No,
on the course?
I don't think we should. We've been advised not to bring it up, and it's so hard because it's so big.
Could we then change the name of this group?
What's the reason you're trying to push to change this group? Because you cannot talk? Keshe Foundation.
The name says North American Coronavirus Team.
The Corona group is set there because the other countries do not follow the way the Corona group was set up in Iran. The Corona group was set up in Iran for people to come to ask for help. The way it's going, if you go on the Iranian, the Farsi channels, both channels are Farsi channels, people come in, ask for help. Can somebody get me the answers? How can I get it? How to help? How to do it? Brazilians are doing the same. American Corona is just an information platform. You are not handling it like the way it was set up to be done. Nobody needs to change it just because you don't follow the way it is. And now it's become a platform that is used for people to talk. And it brings a lot of knowledge in, but nobody changes platform just because you're asking. The Corona setup, Corona Keshe Foundation was set up, and we still get sometimes people coming to us because the members of the group do not spread what it is there for. If you go on the Iranian channel, even today, somebody sent a message in, my whole family is infected, I need help. Is there for people around the world, if they can English, Americans come in and ask for help to be there. Brazilians are doing it, people come in on a daily basis asking for help. So does other nations if they come. And gradually it becomes part of the support of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. In languages, people come in, ask for help, it's there to be done.
And I'm asking for help in order to avoid an inoculation.
This, we are not here to discuss. You avoid inoculation, you have to sort out a way with your government. There's no way we are all sitting watching what is going to be done, what it is. We know if we get to negotiation in 5+1, there will be a stop. There are things in the background we don't discuss. But there are rules and we are not here to break any of it. You're not the only one. Everybody wants not to get an injection, but that's what we have to see what is going to be done. If it doesn't suit, nothing we can do. We set up here and we'll expand the Corona teams in a different way. The Iranian channel, the Brazilian channel are helping hundreds of people every day. The Iranian switchboard gets calls. They tell me couple of hundred a day nowadays, or they used to a few weeks ago. And I'm sure it's still the same. The last time I heard about it. It stays on the channel, and here is there people use the name to bring more teaching, more enlightenment, and that's how it'll be. It still is a channel open till people come and ask for help. We have an antibody, we have all the figures, we're all safe. We don't go and fight, we just wait and see what happens. We follow the rules. We are not here to break the rules, we are here to find a solution for the rules which don't fit.
Well, if anyone is hiring, I'll be looking for a job very soon.
Okay, is there anything else that needs to be brought up?
Mark, I just want to thank Mr. Kesh for that clarification of our purpose, and to say that we stand ready to help all who have a need in their life. Please ask for our help. If you or your loved ones need it, we will help.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, well, I can take full responsibility if we failed. I apologize for that, but we've been open and I haven't seen any requests of people that we haven't helped that have requested help. I'm sure we could do much, much more.
It's not personal. This is the way the Brazilian and the Iranian Corona team set up originally. They set up to assist. The others did not follow, or a few people did, and some people took it as a place to be point of teaching. The Iranian team aggressively went out, and then when we became too good, we saw what happened. And then the same in Brazil, where we saw what happened to the church and nuns, which are taking the position and are doing it. There is a discrepancy in how knowledge seekers take it out, and they promote it and help people. This is one of the, what I call diversity of cultures and understanding. The whole structure is how we spread it and how we support it. In some cultures, it has not taken over. The Chinese had a good run with this, helping each other. And it doesn't stop. I just was on Iran, the Farsi group this afternoon. I just happened to pass it. And there was a call for help from a family. It says the whole family are infected. And asking for support. It's just how we do it, how we spread it, and how we work on it. Iran team, when the group you set up, you announce it, you follow it, and people come in and they support. The biggest problem at the moment is not the Keshe Foundation, is how much restriction has been put on the Keshe Foundation. And there is a breakthrough coming through different directions. Even today, we received a video from Iran, which is called by the Iranian news out about the work of the Keshe Foundation in a very different way, different purpose and reason. It's a 10 minutes and it concentrates totally on the plasma technology. And it's been out for apparently a couple of months, but it does not bring what we see it, and gradually it will come as we open the enhancement centers and the factories and we spread the technology. You have nobody's, it's just the way how each Keshe Foundation members have, or groups have taken it up to spread it. Governments come to us on a spur of moment when there is a minister or a cabinet minister or a vice cabinet minister or head of a parliament that's got the infection, they come to us, or ambassadors. But they don't apply it when it comes to the nationals. Even this week we had a vice minister and the officials asked us for help. Can we have something from your technology to help our minister? Is critical. Some of you been in the background working with me when it came to help people in other countries or help ambassadors in the past few months. But this is the way it is. Each language has taken a different way to spread and to be used for the corona. But we keep the corona teams because some people are still in some channels come for help. But the active ones at the moment is Iran and Brazil.
Yes, we certainly see that as well. Anything else?
If I could just clarify, I am in no way afraid of the virus. Thank you, Mr. Ketch.
Yes, it doesn't seem like that is the issue. It seems like the other thing is doing its work. But maybe there's something in these cups that can help alleviate that as well. So anytime anyone has come in the American group and asked for help, which there hasn't been too many that I've noticed, and maybe we need to be more proactive and we're a little bit too intrepid or something in a way. We know the rules apply differently in different countries in a way, and we have to be careful, but there are lives in the balance, and anyone who needs anything within this country can easily ask for it. And the other countries have made it known, and I'm sure people talk, and we've had your video up for a couple of years, I think, on the One Cup, One Life. So I'm not making any excuses, but we'll serve anyone who comes. And I don't know if we should go out and actually promote it, which could cause more difficulties in a way for some, because we are not doctors, but we do know the solution. And I've offered it to almost anyone I know. I haven't had a lot of takers.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Andreas.
Hello, Mr. Cash. Here's Andreas. I thought about that what you said about the Corona Telegram groups a lot of times, and I know we use it for all other things than helping people. For me, in my environment, I helped 2 people in the last month, and I gave them everything what they need, but it's the application. And, you know, if I use it, I make it 100% because I just trust in it and I know what it is. But the application is, I don't know if maybe, especially here in Austria, I see that the people what I know don't accept it. And also that's something for the, when I take the example, the German speaking Telegram room, there are so many different things like this. I don't know how it is called, for worms, that the worms go out of the body, and this is for Corona and this, and the people don't know anymore, which really helps now. And they are very confused, and it's difficult to get the trust, or that people trust. I don't want to get trust. I mean, I just want to offer my help, but if it's not accepted, it's difficult. But that's one topic. And the other topic is, what should we do when we have now a Corona Telegram group and nothing happens? And we want to share knowledge. Should we open a new Telegram group, which is about knowledge and preparing language knowledge seeker workshops and sharing knowledge? Should we do the own group for that? Because at the moment we use, and I believe not only us in the German community, we use the Corona chat for sharing knowledge. And if that is not wished, should we open a new group, or can you say general something to that? what I explained hopefully well.
I don't understand what you're trying to make a comment on.
Okay, the first thing, if in the language Corona team group, Telegram group, nobody says I need help. We are
We
just
still
sharing.
keep the channel open,
Mhm.
but people use it now to share knowledge. But if anybody comes to ask for help, it's open.
So it's okay that we are sharing knowledge.
Is there, we said in the future we'll bring all these to become, we take the Corona off it to become the national language platform, but we got a long way to go that by the look of it. We keep it as it is, and then in time we'll change it. We have to keep out of this situation for a while, and then we'll see how things go. The problem has been that every time we announce something, especially the German group, people in Germany and in Belgium, went to attack, to destroy, to do everything possible, and in Austria. The biggest pedophile group sits in Belgium, in Germany, and in Austria. And they used to be around Keshe Foundation because they used to work through Alan Sterling. And with it, they used to bring children into play, and they got damaged the worst when we got Alan Sterling. And these people have lost their livelihood. And they become very vocal on German channels and the Belgian channels. If you do not understand this, you can go and check the internet. These people used to be in universities, they used to be in different channels, especially in Austria, even in Linz. They used to make their income on the child trafficking or finding people to go and whatever the children were used at the end of it. And when Alan Sterling got caught, they lost their income. And what do? They have nothing else just to sit and create problems. So every time we announce something, they tried to destroy at source. Now we don't announce. Now we do our things in a very different way. We do our job. We send you around the goose chase, what we call finding the black sheep. Keshe Foundation has become very wise. What we announce outside for what to do and what is to be done is already completed or is on the track of in a totally different way to come in public. And we leave it this way, and it will be left this way because we just managed to get rid of one of the biggest pedophile organizations in Keshe Foundation in 2 years. In the due course, Keshe Foundation will release the information on it. We keep a very tight schedule. We keep, even when we open the Linz, what you call it, exhibition center, the gentleman who's one of the biggest pedophiles in Linz went directly to the owner of the shopping center. He went everywhere, but they don't know we have a file on him. He's been in trafficking children on the border of the communist line of Czech Republic into Linz, out children, nobody knew where they go. The same came the traffickers in Switzerland. So we try to stay and try to keep Keshe Foundation very, very safe, especially during this time, not even discussing how things will be, how things will go. We put a general knowledge out, and then We operate totally in a what I call concealed manner till everything else is sorted. The Iranian situation in public, they have put 2 terabytes of information in the hand of the Iranians, lies, cheats, and everything else. Again, coming from Belgium, again from the same pedophile group. We just washed our hands after a long time with them being embedded. A lot of people ask us, how come you keep on talking about the pedophiles? Because they were coming around us and we couldn't see how. They were directed to come to us from people inside us. We will, in due course, open and you understand how much we do to protect you and your families and knowledge seekers and the rest of it in the background. We did not get involved with the pedophiles. People inside use the Keshe Foundation we talk about the space technology, we talk about the free energy. Youngsters are happy to understand, and they used to, without us knowing in the background, work. Whoever you see has disappeared from the Keshe Foundation in the past 12 months, put a question mark in front of it. People who we got rid of around the Keshe Foundation in the past 3 years, put a question mark in front of it, and you will find out. 80% of them belong to, and when the bus went, they all went with it. And now they're gathered in the same position somewhere else together. Most of their names appears on the Interpol list with Alan Sterling. We opened the Sterling's book very easily. When he was captured, when he went in February 21, submitted himself, nobody knew what Pandora box we have. Over 120,000 names. 7,000, 8,000 people have already been arrested because of Alan Sterling arrest. There are over 7,000 people in prisons around the world. And all directed right on top of the Keshe Foundation in a hidden way by 1 or 2 people who were sitting with us amongst us and we all trusted. With a long, long history of pedophilia, prison sentences and everything else with it. But we try to keep the Keshe Foundation in a very straight path. We do a lot of work. If you are in a job to support a nation, to bring peace to a nation, you don't go and download 2 terabytes of everything else to try to stop that person. Unless you are a member of Peterpal, a member of Belgian government at the highest level. We saw attacks relentlessly for a year till the judge gave order. And still we see shooting around, thinking is not observed. We set out our way, we explain what we do and how we're going to do it, but we don't give more than that. If you're incompetent, we put the job up, we don't get, we employed a number of Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers which been around for specific jobs and they could not deliver. It doesn't mean they are not good knowledge seekers for what we thought is done. A lot of people move jobs or get employed. They don't deliver what they are. They move to the next one. Doesn't mean the company is something wrong with the work. How come it's bad when it comes to case validation? You don't carry the expertise we look for. There's nothing wrong to be in good knowledge seekers, but you can't deliver your job, which is not the knowledge seeker side. We don't fall out. We just move on and bring new people in until we find the people who we are looking for. A lot of knowledge seekers send us, we want a job, we are a knowledge seeker. We're finding that they don't carry what they are there for, even though they've been 10 years around the foundation. That's one of the reasons you see we are moving and we're explaining and we are developing rapidly is Keshe Foundation has started going out. And we are bringing outside expertise, those who cannot be touched by the pedophile groups and the rest of it. In past 18 months, you've seen we do, we announce, we deliver, we go, and we carry on. And if we didn't have the problem sitting with Vienna, a lot of the systems you will see around the world, we're literally stockpiling, we're literally building enhancement units coming in, the head units, the brain units are all waiting to go out, getting done, edge of technology, and other things which we don't want to put out till we see that it brings peace process with it. I know today a number of American, what we call diplomats, politicians are sitting around listening to this teaching because they want to see what is the outcome, what can be done in Vienna, what is the outcome. I speak the word what says to come out of Iran. And they know every time it's spoken, it's been done. And our work here is to deliver what we are here to deliver for, and then we see. Because once the Keshe Foundation goes through this process and come out, nobody will listen to these, what I call a bunch of hooligans and the rest. We had one of the biggest pedophile families in Europe at the head of the Keshe Foundation. All with prison sentences for pedophilia. The whole family, we didn't know. Long-term prison sentences. We'll open the doors, you will see, you will understand. Even those who came into the education side of the Keshe Foundation, we were blindsided. And even Interpol, Swiss Interpol has a huge file on them with pictures. We keep very quiet, but soon we'll open and we give you all the evidences. Go to the police stations, go to the court, go to wherever you like and check. Page by page is correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, for enlightening all of us. We do appreciate your presence with us and your knowledge, day or night. Alenka, you wrote something to me, Mark, in the Hispanic group, we can help the person looking for help. Can you direct him to San Ando con Las Copas? Telegram chat. Who is the person
Yes,
you're
that's
referring
right.
to? Who is there a person you're referring to specifically? Or you mean,
I no, I don't know. There was somebody that was asking for help in the, a few minutes ago, and that he was told that they could not help him, that was not the place where he could go for help.
oh, I didn't see
About,
that.
oh yes. A lady said something about, no, you cannot talk about that here. And I felt that he was anguished.
It was in the Telegram
And,
group?
No, it was in this meeting, in this teaching, some minutes ago.
You're talking
He
of,
talked and-
yes, Jason up in Canada, I believe.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't see who he was or could
Yes,
not.
yes.
I don't know who he was.
Mhm.
But if you can tell him, we could help him in the Spanish group, because we have a group to help people. And we meet at night at 7 hour time.
Jason?
If he wants,
I need a lawyer
least-
in Canada at this point.
he could talk
I'm-
about it.
I'm not afraid of the virus. I have GANTs all around me.
No, it's
2
not.
months.
It's not about the virus. It's what you were asking for.
Okay,
So you can find us in Sanando con las Copas in Telegram.
okay.
Okay.
Are you
Thank you,
in,
Mark.
Yes, no problem.
ma'am, are you
Yes,
in?
I'm part of the Hispanic group. Yes, I am part of the Hispanic group, and we have a team to help people with those sort of problems.
Okay. I will seek you out.
Yes, okay. Thank you,
I'm on
Mark.
it. Thank you.
Maybe you want to exchange information now before we close the meeting so you don't lose the contact. Also, Liliana has said
Okay.
you can
Good.
chat with him directly, and Jason, you can chat with her directly.
Okay, can you send me a message, because I don't know your name?
My name is Jason Baldwin, and I am a part of the North American team on the Telegram.
Okay. Okay, Jason Baldwin. Okay, okay, Jason.
Oh, God bless.
I will send you
Thank
an
you.
invitation. Okay.
Thank you. And Liliana has asked, the Hispanic group requests help with the administration of the Corona team group, please. And she's just put a link, I believe, in there. Is anyone up on the administration of the group? I think the Brazilians are the closest to you and the most effective group outside of Iran. So I would replicate what they're doing. Raphael, are you with us? Is there any comment or anything, any sort of support you could think? The Hispanic group requests help with the administration of the Corona team group, please. Okay, we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. Liliana? I see your mic is open. Do you want to say something? Do we have a translator here for Liliana? Paper. Liliana, did you want to say something? Okay, perhaps it's a mistake with the mic open. Okay, anything else at this point from anyone else they'd like to convey?
Thank you, Mr. Cash, for answering.
Thank you to everyone for being present.
Alex, any last comments you'd like to make?
Another great Sunday, and thank you, Mark.
No problem.
Let's pray for peace, make it happen.
Yeah, and remember to enlighten the negotiators. This is our what we've been asked to do as of late, and I think we'll continue until we see a breakthrough. And I'm sure we'll be advised when that breakthrough happens, or perhaps we'll hear it publicly, but I think we'll hear it directly within the Keshe Foundation. There's still some time to go. Negotiations are starting, and you can direct your soul to enlighten the others that are in this negotiating team. I know for many it could seem far-fetched, but it's not far-fetched. As we know, these fields are connected right across the universe. So I want to thank everyone, especially Mr. Cash, for coming in and clarifying many things for us. We need to obviously work harder to achieve this, but we haven't turned down any requests for help. There just hasn't been enough there, and maybe we need to generate more interest in this American Corona, North American Corona team, perhaps. Okay, I am going to play the New Tomorrow, which is very, very beautiful when we see what's coming. But in the meantime, there are a lot of people in distress. I've asked all the people I run into that we do have the solution, that I had a solution and I've used it for myself and I've made it available to everyone. Maybe we need to do more. I just haven't, as Andrea said, I haven't had the interest, although I've helped everyone who's asked me to help them. So it's still beautiful, and we thank you all for serving the community. And we will play this and the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Again, is there anyone who wants to come in with any other topic at this point? Or the same topic? No problem.
The changes in the dimension of creation our team in Australia have made a small recording of the last week, specifically the topic which we want to carry on with in the teaching of today in a little bit more in depth. And I would like, Rick, if you could play the recording, the part of the last week's teaching, and then we'll build on it. We'll go in more detail. Have we got the tape ready to go?
Yes, it's called A New Tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, here we go.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator Anitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the field of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of the listeners, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.